April 5th, regular meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors. We'll call the meeting to order, and Supervisor Gogan, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. Do we have any public comment?
Good morning. Hello, my name is Donna Jones, and I'm a resident of Weaverville within the Fire District. I am at the meeting today to make the board aware that I have filed 5 complaints from different households with the planning department concerning a nuisance in my neighborhood. That nuisance is a rooster that disturbs the peace at all hours. Code enforcement and animal control tell me that the rooster is legal in rural residential zoning. The neighbor was contacted by code enforcement and stated that he would remove the rooster from the neighborhood due to the disturbance. It has been 3 weeks, the rooster is still creating a disturbance, and code enforcement has not returned 2 messages I have left asking for an update. Many people I have talked with have the same problem with roosters and other noisy animals in their neighborhoods. We are banding together and filing a public records request with the planning department concerning rooster complaints in order to see how large this problem is. We will attend upcoming planning commission meetings with the intent of possibly amending code to regain the peace and quiet in our neighborhoods. I yield the remainder of my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment from the room?
Hi, my name is Michael Jarvis. I've been living in this town for about a decade and a half, along with his noisy dogs and roosters. I'm here to talk about Trinity Code Section 17.30.040B2, most recently amended by ordinance number 315-8187. That was in 2015. And what it does is it allows chickens, but it specifically states no roosters. Now, I thought that was applied to where I live, which has 2 roosters that keep us up all night long and all day long, and it is quite frankly pathetically ridiculous. I had thought that those roosters were not okay, and I had asked them to be removed, and I was informed by law enforcement that we don't live in the area for the code section I just mentioned. We're next door to that code section, and the code section in my neighborhood doesn't have a carve out for hens only, no roosters. So it sort of inversely assumes, since there's no carve out for roosters, for no roosters, that it's okay to have roosters in my neighborhood. So we can't get rid of them. And I hope I don't take more than 3 minutes because I have 9 points I want to make. One is, I don't think that when this ordinance was made that there was really a good understanding of the demographics to which it applied. There are these 2 identical regulations, one of which apparently allows for roosters. But we are not in the country. The area beyond the fire, or beyond the airport to the base of the hill where it gets real steep, it's a residential neighborhood. We have people living side by side, next door to each other, in front of each other, behind each other, people who have kids, people who go to school. We're not out slopping the hogs. And under the current regulation, you can put a rooster 10 feet from somebody's bedroom window. And I'm going to tell you, I almost brought a recording in to let you know how loud one of those things really is. I'm not talking about a fantasy either. Somebody actually planted one of those roosters in between my house and Larry Olson's house last year. We're the two of the only lawyers in town now getting woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning, 7 days a week by somebody's rooster, and it was planted 10 feet from Larry's window. That can't be what the people who enacted this statute were envisioning would happen. And I look at it from a utilitarian and sort of community point of view. What is the purpose of this rooster? One person gets a rooster and everybody for a quarter to a half mile around suffers for it. One person gets slightly better eggs and 100 people are awake at 4:30 every morning. I'm trying to figure out, how does this help us as a community? You know, with a dog, we have dog barking problems. There's been dog barking all over the place. You can train a dog. You can train a dog from the distance. You can train a dog with one persistent human being and a $65 dog screamer. A sonic screamer will shut the dog up.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes is up.
Yeah, I want to use 3 more minutes if I may.
No, thanks.
And then I can have my wife continue with the argument.
Good morning, my name is Kim Jarvis, and I too have to deal with these roosters. We've called and complained about them. Sometimes we get told they'll take care of it. Sometimes we get told that they can't do anything about it because it's the law. I have been woken up at 3:30 in the morning from the rooster on this side of me. I get woken up at 5:30 in the morning from the rooster on this side of me. I'm in between these roosters. And I'm not even around the rooster, but this young lady's around. She's a quarter mile up the road from me. That whoever has these roosters, all I know is that evidently they make better eggs. These people are selling their eggs. So these people with the roosters are making money on everybody else's annoyance. And yeah, it's great and cute if you hear it once or twice. But every morning in the summer, I cannot go to bed with my windows closed. I have to leave my windows closed if I want to sleep better, because the roosters go off at 3:30 in the morning. Or I have to run a fan all night so I don't hear the roosters. In the wintertime, they still have the roosters. So it's been a problem for us, for me, for 3 years, and there's many more, but I don't want to take up any more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
My concluding comment is that I'll be happy to bring civil lawsuits against anybody who wants to disagree with me on this.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. Lisa Wright from Lewiston. I want to bring to your attention a notice of a public hearing that was in the March 30th Trinity Journal that I believe incorrectly reflects what actually this hearing is for. There's a little bit of ambiguity as well as contradiction. So I'm going to request that you re-notice this hearing using appropriate language. Specifically, you'll see that in bold it says the resolution adopting guidelines for the establishment of commercial cannabis in opt-out areas. This is not the purpose of this, is to establish commercial cannabis in opt-out areas. Rather, it's to establish guidelines for the creation of commercial cannabis opt-out areas. So those are different in language, and the headline, I believe, is misleading and inaccurate and needs to be corrected. The establishment of commercial cannabis opt-out areas was originally codified back in the original ordinance. So I would also question the use of the word establishment because it's already well established in our county code, these opt-out areas. Now this is to add additional and to apparently reword and amend our ordinance for the other carve-outs. But what's being described is not accurate in terms of what is being addressed or what is being considered or asked to be considered by the Planning Commission. Additionally, I want to make sure that no cannabis funds paid for by the fee holders are being used to cover the costs of any of this. That includes the ordinance writer, but I was assured that that was being paid for out of the general fund now. But that would include any other staff time that's being spent on this for non-beneficial use for fee payers. The cannabis fund should only be used for the purpose of benefiting the fee payer. And I don't believe that's happened historically. Maybe you're starting to make some corrections. But what I would like to see moving forward is the monthly trial balance showing the detail of what is coming into the cannabis fund as well as what goes out. I'd like to see the intertransfer funds that reimburse from the general fund for these kind of activities that cannabis staff participates in. So please take a look at that and re-notice. I think it will avoid problems for you in the future. And finally, I do want to give a shout out to Dr. Coons, who's on Zoom, I believe, for really taking the bull by the horns and working with the consultants to bring in the LACO field teams to assist with the hundreds of site visits that are needed in an urgent manner for the cannabis program. So thank you, Dr. Coons, for taking that on. Have a good day.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Seeing none in the room, we have Alice Hazard on Zoom.
Good morning, Board. I'm Elise Hazard from District 1, and I just wanted to say I'm so proud of our county for being the second county in the state of California, along with over 100 school districts, to oppose SB 871. It's an affront to our children's constitutional rights to an education without discrimination. And in a free democracy, we care deeply about protecting the rights of the people. We care that the rules of the law and procedures be applied equally to all citizens. And it's to this end that I want to come before you today and warn that our work is not done, that there are more bills in the legislature that need serious scrutiny, including SB 1390. And I would request that you draft another opposition letter to our state legislator. SB 1390 is also authored by Senator Richard Pan and concerns social media platforms' amplification of harmful content. This bill seeks to prohibit any person or entity from making statements the government deems untrue or misleading by any means, including fines and legal action taken by the Attorney General. As quoted, the bill defines harmful content as anything characterized by the government as disinformation, misinformation, including but not limited to false, misleading information regarding medicine or vaccinations, false or misleading information regarding elections. Now, just to pause, I want to reflect that in the chaos of the last 2 years, we've had many national leaders make statements only to walk them back within months or weeks and days of announcing them. One example is the CDC Director, Rochelle Walensky, who said at the beginning of 2021 that those who get vaccinated don't carry the virus and don't get sick, which of course proved to be false only 6 months later. So I can't think of a more significant example of how even our leaders can get it wrong. It shows that today's facts can be tomorrow's misinformation or vice versa. There can be no one arbiter of truth within our government. So regardless of politics, what is important is that the truth is brought to light, and that it's only done so because of healthy and honest debate, despite being a challenge to the status quo. So if we're to believe in a free democracy, we must cherish the free flow of information. And this bill takes aim not only to monitor public discourse in a modern era, but seeks to control it through censorship and punitive legal action. This cannot stand in a free democracy. And as public figures sworn to uphold our Constitution, I ask that you see this kind of legislation challenging the very principle of which our free democracy represents. Our First Amendment protects our freedom of religion, to peacefully assemble, petition the government, and our freedom of speech. Please take action against SB 1390. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on Zoom?
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Okay, with that, we will close public comment and move on to the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted on by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar? Do we have any board members that wish to pull any items?
Chair, 1.7, please.
Okay. Any others?
Yes, I would like 1.16.
Is that all? All right.
With that, I would move to adopt the consent agenda
Second?
minus the 2.
Motion and second. No further discussion. Motion by Supervisor Grove, second by Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown, how do you vote? Supervisor Grove.
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 1.7, authorize the chairman to sign a letter supporting the Golden State Natural Resources request for community project funding and congressional directed spending. Supervisor Brown.
Yeah. So I wanted to pull this item so there could be further clarification and an opportunity to kind of explain the program and field some questions. Kevin Can is on the line. He represents Golden State Natural Resource, and he was also supervisor in Mariposa County for 12 years. So he's going to give a little background on this, and then if there are specific questions supervisors want to ask him, he's able to do that as well.
Thank you.
Kevin, there you go. Floor's yours.
Hi, everyone. Great to see you, and you're bringing back a lot of memories from 12 years of a Mariposa County supervisor. I have to say, your animal issues and virtually all the other ones are being repeated in most of the rural counties as we speak. Golden State Natural Resources really, its overall purpose is to support rural counties. It had its genesis back in the 2014-15 tree mortality crisis brought on by the drought, more so in the central and southern Sierra than in your area. But it was a very dramatic situation where we lost probably 80% of the ponderosa pines, which were the predominant species. And then, of course, fueled the county outcry at the hundreds of thousands of acres of Forest Service land, which were adjacent, our communities backed up on, that were just sitting there brown, and as we've seen now, have fueled historic fires. Neither the Forest Service nor many private landowners have been able to thin for forest health purposes on any reasonable scale. The thinning, and even the Forest Service is losing so many sales because they're requiring thinning as a part of their lumber sale, and the value of the saw logs just hasn't been able to support the full scale of the thinning that the Forest Service knows that they need. Compound that with the fact that Japan and UK, Europe, a number of European countries have committed to reducing their coal-fired power plant production by 50%, coal consumption by 50% by 2030. And pellets have become, industrial wood pellets are the easiest means and cheapest means to convert infrastructure-wise their current coal plants to pellet burning plants, and they're accepted by the Paris Climate Accord and most of the other environmental entities. So these two things sort of converge at the same time in the concept of RCRC, the Rural Counties Association, building a corporation or forming a corporation to be able to thin forests on a large scale, create industrial wood that essentially fund that operation, and essentially sell them to Japan and the UK. There's a tremendous market right now. We did big studies over the last 3 years on where to start this. Clearly there's the ability to put probably 15 plants, pellet plants throughout Northern California, mainly because they have to work within about a 100-mile fiber circle, a circle, and as you all, I'm sure know, the transportation is always the key in getting the biomass from the forest to the plants. And we have purchased 2 sites, one in Tuolumne, one in Lassen County, and they are on a railhead, and they go to, the pellets will be produced, transported to a port in the Bay Area, and then shipped overseas. I would love to be able for this product to be used in California, and I fully expect that at some point, whether it's hydrogen or biofuel or any of the other many new technologies that are growing, but they're still 10 to 15 years off from being feasible. We'd love to be able to use this product in California, and we'll look forward to that day. But right now, this foreign market is capable of funding the virtually thousands and thousands of acres of forest thinning for forest health that our watersheds need so direly to enable our forests to sustain themselves through natural wildfires and build the watershed. So that's a little bit of an overview. The 2 plants, I've seen some questions, really won't impact Trinity County. We've gone to all the rural counties because they're the ones that asked us to form this organization. And so we've gone for these letters of support. We've asked them for the off-takers, meaning the buyers, the investors, they all, and we'll also, while this doesn't require grants and it doesn't require any type of subsidy like most biomass plants do, because the pellets are paying for the operation, we will still go after the state and federal grants that are available to reduce our costs. And these letters of support are always very helpful in that. Now, while I say it doesn't impact Trinity County, and we do believe that in the areas that we're working, we're going to have a major positive impact. As you can see, we focus on the low to no value biomass. If we take an area that's been a no sale for the Forest Service, and we do get some saw logs out of it, we'll sell those saw logs to the existing mills and take that lesser value biomass that fuels our pellets. So it's a pretty symbiotic type relationship with the communities, and the job creations. There's probably 60 to 70 jobs created at each pellet plant, in addition to well over 100 as far as trucking and logging operations. So it's a big positive impact in these communities that have been hit so hard. Hopefully, with the success of the first 2 plants, our goal is to build more plants in Northern California, and that's when it would be we would consider something that would in fact be a positive impact for Trinity County as we try to expand this. But I will say that consideration is a good 5 years off. We need these plants up and running and creating a surplus so we can go and invest in other plants. But it is a direly needed. The studies have shown that at full production, even within our 100-mile circle, there's 5 times more vegetation growing each year than we can burn and than anyone else can, or than we can harvest, and or anyone else can take out. And again, there hasn't been many decent ways or ways that don't require investment, don't require subsidy to be able to thin these forests. So I'll stop there and be happy to answer any questions you have. But the main thing is just looking for a letter of support from all the rural counties that really initiated this project.
Sir, I have one question for you, maybe 2. Have you run this by Trinity River Lumber Company, D. Sanders, or Frank Schmidt Bauer, and are they on board with this
Also,
I am not aware of interacting with them. Again, we have been interacting more in the working circles that we will be involved in through in the counties within 100 miles of, and towns and mills within 100 miles of New Beaver in Lassen County and Jamestown in Tuolumne County. So again, we wouldn't envision any impact on the businesses in Trinity County at this point.
any further questions?
Kevin, good morning. This is Jill Cox, and I'm supervisor for District 2. So there's industry here in District 2, and that's what Supervisor Gogan was referring to. So I emailed you quite a list of questions last night, and it was awfully late. I don't know if you have gotten a chance to see those, but these are the questions that are outstanding. If you could kind of address those. What you've said in explanation makes a lot of sense to me, but my leaning has to go toward industry, local industry, understanding the pieces that they currently appear not to. A lot of them have to do with understanding what really is inside that master stewardship agreement. You know, who gets the rights out of the contracts, how much are they getting, the pricing that they've set. There's a concern that it's going to hurt industry here. I don't understand that relationship. Those people do. So if you could kind of speak to those things, I think that could be really helpful.
Yeah, and thanks. And I did get your questions, and I did respond to them at 8:30 this morning. So you probably
I didn't see them.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
If you'd like me to go through those, I'm happy to.
I think it would be helpful. I do believe that we've got somebody from the industry on the Zoom call, so they're paying attention and appreciating your comments.
Yeah, great. So the first question was, from what I understand, the prices used in the evaluations are quite low. I don't think that's true because from what I'm seeing, the prices in our evaluations are a bit higher than folks are getting paid for biomass, you know, at the plant right now. The GSNR financial analysis and projections for fuel delivered at the pellet plants are frankly higher than current market value. Now, again, and also our financial analysis aren't public, so I'm not sure what someone might be referring to as far as our prices and our projections. So the next question is, what did they agree to? Industry folks can't get the answers as to what has been agreed to in the master stewardship agreement. And that's a great question, because the GSNR master stewardship agreement with the Forest Service is, I believe, is one of two 20-year agreements that exist. And that was a really important factor, because if you're going to create an investment, this investment in these two plants and the port facilities will run well over $300 million. But the master stewardship itself agreement is a public document, and it's on the Forest Service websites, and those aren't that easy, I guess, to work your way through and find. But I would be happy to forward you all or any of your constituents a copy of that master stewardship agreement. But in a nutshell, while it's region-wide, it does not displace any of the existing smaller master stewardship agreements that your RCDs or your fire safe councils may have, and the GSNR MSA really focuses on that low to no value biomass that's not being dealt with right now. This sets up GSNR to assist the Forest Service when they have a no bid, in particular, like I mentioned before, a no bid sale, which is often caused by the requirements for thinning and dealing with the no value or low value biomass associated. I'm sure you all up there have seen all the residuals that I have seen throughout the north that are very costly, whether it's the tops or all the undergrowth that really are expensive for the logger to deal with. Also, the MSA allows GSNR to partner with the Forest Service to complete NEPA on parcels which are in dire need of thinning, but for which the Forest Service has neither the manpower nor the money to complete. We're working on a parcel right now, a 40,000 acre parcel in Modoc National Forest that is that was a plantation that was replanted 30 years ago. They predicted 50% regrowth. They got about 95% regrowth, and it is just a tinderbox waiting to happen because of and they're really worried about it. So we're working with them to do the NEPA and to be able to go in there and thin from what is currently about 350 stems per acre down to a much desirable 70 or so that will allow that area to both sustain wildfire and be a very healthy watershed. Let's go on here. I couldn't find what the Master Stewardship Agreement gives to GSNR and what it obligates the forest to. So in addition to what I've said, the Master Stewardship Agreement gives GSNR fair market value consideration for any NEPA or preliminary pre-sale work that we might complete in partnership or on behalf of the Forest Service. So it's really not any kind of an unnatural type of benefit for GSNR, but we don't have to go through the 20-year component of it. Means we don't have to go through and set up a whole new master agreement every time we're doing a 5,000 acre parcel. That we can just go in, if the NEPA is done, we can compete, or if in particular when there's a no sale, we can go in and make an agreement with the Forest Service and take that. The next question is, do they get all the rights out of the contracts? How much support are they getting? Well, as I said, the MSA eliminates the need to negotiate a new overhead authorization for every project. GSNR will focus on priority work the Forest Service is currently unable to complete. And I keep saying Forest Service, we're certainly intend to work with private landowners also. And at some point, I think Supervisor Brown had asked me about Sierra Pacific, and we have been in contact, and I mentioned with the other supervisor, with most of the mills, if not all, of the mills and the loggers and the existing truckers within the areas that we intend to be working. Because mill residuals, which are expensive for mills to get rid of, can be a prime component of industrial wood pellets. So again, we're looking to be a partner as opposed to a competitor. And if in fact there are, as far as support, we're not really getting any support other than we've pretty much cut through a lot of the bureaucracy, and clearly that's a big support because a lot of the big international pellet makers, of which I don't think there are any happening in California right now, have always hit the wall in dealing with the Forest Service. I mean, literally 10 years ago, this project wouldn't be viable because of both the Forest Service's methods of doing business and the tremendous confluence of the different forest support groups, no matter what side you're on. But right now, most of those groups have come together understanding that we have to do some healthy thinning in order to allow these forests to survive at this point. The next question is, the pricing they've set are going to hurt the industry that's here. I don't understand that because the pricing isn't set. Our GSNR's intent is to grow, jobs in the forest areas while making an impact on restoring the forests. So that the market will be in the market with everyone else. There's not enough infrastructure to support what they're suggesting. That is an absolutely correct statement. When you look at the loggers and the haulers in particular, and GSNR has been working with those, the small and the larger representatives in all of those fields across the board to grow that in-forest workforce and transportation capabilities. They are frankly anxious and somewhat frustrated. As we interact with them, we say, okay, we're going to build a $100 million plant in New Beaver, and these guys want to get going right now, and they want to get the commitments and buy the trucks and start hiring the staff. But we're not going to be up and running until 2024, and but this gives all of us time to hopefully grow in a very concerted way and a safe way. The next is the policies they're setting will not solve the problems. Well, that's pretty correct. That because the scale of the amount of biomass, at full production, the 2 plants that we intend to build will be consuming about 1.5 million green tons of biomass a year. That is a major impact. I think all the biomass plants in California right now consume about 700,000 bone dry tons, which probably is 1.2 or so, 1.1 green tons. So this is going to have a dramatic impact on the problem when we are up and running. But the problem is even much more massive than that. If you recall, I mentioned that just in our working circles, there's 5 times more growing each year than these plants are going to deal with. But hopefully, we're seeing a lot of other industries coming to be. I'm very excited about the biofuels and the potential for hydrogen fuel, but they're not going to do anything for a while. If they're looking to subsidize the pellet industry, I'd have to ask if they'll also be subsidizing our existing cogen facilities. Well, GSNR isn't subsidizing anybody. There aren't really any industrial wood pellet facilities in California right now. But by turning unused biomass into industrial wood pellets for overseas markets, we're able to, it's the one way we've cracked this nut of how are we going to fund forest thinning. They continue to do study after study. Who's putting all this money in? Well, GSNR is an independent corporation under the umbrella of the Rural County Representatives of California. And the overall funding for the project will be a combination of private equity investment and bonds that will be paid for by the selling of the wood pellets. The Golden State Finance Authority, another subsidy of RCRC, has loaned an amount of money for this initial work to get to financial close when we have the investments, and that will then be paid back at that point. So it is under the RCRC umbrella. The last question was if they are just looking to do a study. They probably already know folks interested in histories are conducting their own studies. Our studies are pretty much completed. We are into the action mode at this point. GSNR is headed towards financial close in less than a year, and construction shortly after that, as soon as possible after that, and we're looking at plant fire up in 2024. Now, back to that, the capability, and we will, while the plant in Lassen County will have a capability of producing 700,000 metric tons of pellets a year, it will start up at, it will be built for that, and it will start up at far less than that as we then grow both the Forest Service and private supply and the trucking capabilities, the harvest capabilities. So that was the questions that you sent, and you have that in writing. But again, I'm happy for any other questions and really appreciate y'all's interest.
Kevin, thank you for that. That was a long list. That was a lot of thoughtful comments, and I do appreciate you being here and giving your time and just helping to educate us. So I don't have any more questions other than that. It'll just be the feedback when it's time for public comment that will help. So thank you.
Supervisor Groves, do you have any questions? All right, that was a pretty thorough explanation. Do we have any public comment on item 1.7?
I see none in the room. I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Thanks so much, Kevin. Appreciate you taking the time to answer these questions, and if I get more, we'll send them your way.
I can't tell you how much fun it is being at a board meeting when I'm not up in that chair.
Anyone care to make a motion?
I'll move to approve 1.7 as presented.
All second.
A little discussion if we could. If this passes, I would like the second letter, the one that's going to the president and CEO himself, Greg Norton, to be revised. It just feels to me like when we read the letter, it spends a lot of time educating this gentleman on the details of the entity that he governs. And I think that is, I guess I'll just say unnecessary. So it seems like it would be better to shorten it up and leave out the facts that he already knows.
Supervisor Cox, I have this feeling that you know something or have been in contact with the mill that I'm not understanding. Is the mill thinking of doing pellet stove or?
No, not at all. And yes, of course I reached out to our local industry, not just the mill. But no, my concerns on this letter are my own.
Okay, I just want to know if there was, thank you for that.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I guess you'd have to specify the corrections you'd want, and maybe you can give legal advice as far as, can Jill email those grammatical and other things, or do we have to nail it all out right now?
You are approving the signature of the letter. If there are minor changes, you can dictate what those are going to be and still approve, but the motion would have to be amended to incorporate the changes suggested by Supervisor Cox.
It might not be a huge thing. I just think it's embarrassing to tell the guy about his own company. So if nobody else feels that way, I don't need to make a big deal out of it. It's just my feeling. It's not how I would write a letter. So I don't need to take up a bunch of time, or it's probably just my feeling. So as you do with as you will.
Well, then I'll just move to approve it as presented.
That motion on the table, and it's been seconded, is my understanding, so we would go to a vote if there are no changes.
Seeing no further discussion, motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox? Supervisor Gogan?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to item 1.16. Supervisor Groves.
Yeah, so my question is kind of a broad question here, and I couldn't find, and I'm sure it's out there, I just couldn't find it, the pretrial release program and is this SB 129? I couldn't find anything on that original one. And what is this, the new programs where we seem to not keep people in court, or is this the new, and I don't know who I'm even talking to, but is this part of the no bail, or just a quick explanation of what the pretrial release program is.
Morning, Chairman, members of the board, Ruby Bureau, Chief Probation Officer. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
So this is part of the Budget Act, SB 129, and it is a program having to do with bail. And what it is so that we use the least restrictive measures that still make sure that there's public safety and a return to court. So anybody who is held in custody for arraignment, the court needs to consider certain information and then determine the least restrictive measures to ensure the public safety and return to court. So the court had to contract with a probation department or a community-based organization. And so the court is contracting with the probation department to perform this service. So we will do assessments using a validated risk pool, which determines those risk factors for public safety and return to court. And we'll also monitor them based on evidence-based practices with the matrix as to what level of monitoring they need to ensure that there is that public safety and that return to court.
So this is part of the opening up and releasing people, but still trying to have some control over putting bad guys on the street?
And this isn't necessarily to increase releases. It helps ensure that those that pose the highest risk to the community and that those that pose the highest risk to not return to court, that failure to appear, and then that goes into a whole cycle of not being sentenced and held accountable. And it helps make those decisions in a better way.
Okay, thank you, Ruby.
You're welcome.
Do we have any
Are there any other questions?
Any other questions? Okay. Do we have any public comment on item 1.16?
I see none in the room. I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I would approve 1.6 as stated.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Okay, none.
Seeing none, motion by Supervisor Gogan, second by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote? Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on. Reports and announcements. Reports from department heads. Do you have any department heads who wish to report out?
Seeing how there's a rush to get up here, I guess I will.
We could move it closer back there.
That's okay, I needed to walk, thank you, sir. Good morning, Chair, members of the board, Tim Saxon, Sheriff. We'll start off with talking about last week. Sad news is we had to say goodbye to our K-9 Deputy Hank. He served with the Sheriff's Office for about 4 years. Incurred some medical issues over the last couple of years, and so we had to put him down last week. So surrounded by several members of the department, we say goodbye to him. On a happier note, I can tell you that we're still moving forward on the jail. We were told by the contractor for the HVAC system that all the parts are now available to repair those HVAC systems that were damaged last year. We don't know when they'll be up from Sacramento to make those repairs, but we have all parts in. The other internal systems have arrived. We're waiting for those to be installed. The 911 system lines, those copper lines from Frontier, are moving forward and being installed to complete the dispatch system. So those things are moving forward. Good news, bad news. We are facing some serious issues. I am having some extreme problems with retention of staff. As you may have seen in the news, our surrounding counties are offering signing bonuses and higher wages that we cannot compete with. Recently, Over the last couple of months, I've lost 2 staff members to the Chico area, Oroville, for higher pay. They can no longer afford to stay here and take care of their families. I'm now losing another correctional officer down to the Shasta area for more money and a signing bonus. I have another deputy that is in backgrounds to another agency for more money. This is becoming an extreme issue. I bring this forward to you just for consideration, for knowledge, for understanding that I'm having a very major issue trying to retain personnel. We're trying to recruit, and as you know, over the last couple of years, law enforcement is not the career choice of many people right now. We currently have 3 people that are attending the Post Academy in Siskiyou. They'll be graduating in June. And that process for field training is about a 3-month process before they're able to even hit the road by themselves. So anyway, I just wanted to put that on your radar that I have a problem. And I'm not asking you to solve it. I'm just asking you to be aware that this is coming up. What I'm trying to do to solve that is I've put forward to HR a package where I'm asking to consider new classifications, that being a strictly dispatch. Currently we have dispatch / correctional deputies, so they have to do both of those duties. So I'm asking HR to consider splitting off just a dispatch, so it's a non-sworn classification where they will not have to deal with inmates. I'm also asking for consideration of a control room technician, which again will just be working in a room, watching monitors, and controlling doors where they will not have any access to having to deal with inmates. Non-sworn position. Some people we've talked with during the recruitment process indicate they don't want to deal with inmates. So we're hoping that perhaps by reaching out this way, we can gain additional applicants into our sheriff's office who don't want to deal with that aspect of the job. So again, just bringing that forward to you. On a good note, recently, over the last couple of months, we've had a lot of conversations with the Forest Service with regard to wildland fires. Last couple of years, you're very well aware of the type of massive fires that we've had here. A couple of weeks ago, Supervisor Groves was on a conference call with several members of Congress. I was lucky enough to be able to be involved in that. One of the things that was brought up was with our volunteer fire departments and the MOUs that they have, and several hours that they have to be on scene without being paid. So those issues came up. I recently received a letter asking me to participate in another conference call coming up and answer specific questions on that, which I'm looking forward to, and to be able to be helpful on that. Additionally, through the California State Sheriff's Association, I'm on the Wildfire Ad Hoc Committee, and we met with the California Forest Service and CAL FIRE personnel on that. And so I will be participating in additional conference calls on that to develop perhaps training programs for incident management teams that train in California to make them more aware of certain issues that are specific to smaller counties such as ours when those teams come into our communities, and to help with that. And that's pretty much all I wanted to bring to your attention today as far as what's going on within Sheriff's Office. If you have any questions of me.
Yeah, Tim, I have a couple of questions. Thank you very much. Do we know when the jail is going to be opening at all?
We're looking at June.
So is it the law or the hierarchy of us having to staff the jail prior to having deputies on the street? Is that the way that it works? When we pull our rank and file right now, we'll say, and have to put them in the prison or the jail to staff that?
That's correct. Public safety in California dictates that the sheriff operate the jail.
How many people do we need in the jail?
Our current staffing would be 5 in the jail on a shift. That's the goal for staffing.
So you need 15 a day, or you need 10 a day?
Well,
2 different shifts per day?
that would depend on day shift or night shift.
Right.
Ultimately, with our current staffing of 24 allocated, we could do the staffing. It wouldn't be optimum because of the layout of the new facility, but we can do it with that. It would be great if we could get the control room technician position, because then we would not have to have a sworn person on the floor.
Also dispatch?
Correct.
So we have 3 people, as you said, coming in June out of...
That would be for patrol.
Those would be, they can't go straight to the jail.
Well, they could. We could train them in there, correct. But we're putting them through the post academy for patrol positions.
Would it be your will to put them in the jail first?
Well, but we're hiring, okay, we could do that.
Right.
Okay, that's the flexibility that we could do for them. We could put people that complete the post academy into the jail, flexibility. We could not put somebody that we hire for corrections on the street, because they would have to be post-trained, peace officer standards training. So that's the direction of that. That's why currently, when we do testing, if somebody that is currently working in corrections in the jail, if they test well, then we can take them and send them to the post-academy. All right, so that's the flexibility in that. But you are correct, Supervisor. My main responsibility is to operate the jail. So if we are short staffing in the jail, my responsibility would be to take somebody from patrol and put them into the jail to operate the jail.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Any other questions for the Sheriff?
Yeah. So we had a tragic accident in the North Lake, and I got reports from somebody trying to use the 911 system and not getting an answer. Is that a possibility, or is eventually somebody got through, but they went to our local fire department, which has a direct line to 911, and there was no answer. And then they tried on their cell phone, and there was no answer, but somebody else got through. So I guess I'm asking, should I be looking at the fire department to make sure that their system's working and going through, or is it a possibility that on occasion that something could happen in the 911 system?
I don't know about that. This is the first I'm hearing about it, so I can check into that. The 911 system is on a cell phone, depending on where it's at. Sometimes that system will transfer or try to get to the Reading CHP because it's a cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, depending on where the cell tower is, it will try and get to our dispatch center. As you all know, if it's at a landline up in the North Lake, sometimes those landlines are not going through properly. We've always had a problem with those landlines up in the North Lake section. My understanding is we have not had any problems with our 911 system on the existing system. I do know that our new system up at the new dispatch center, it's the new Nextel or Next Gen 911 system, which is, they're telling me, state of the art. So with hardline backup systems.
Okay, I'll look into
So,
we'll do some trials at the fire station to make sure that
the fire station's a hard line, and that should be direct in there. I don't know. Again, this is the first I'm hearing of a problem. We'll take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Any other questions? No. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other department heads?
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. David Kolbeck, Interim Deputy Director for the Department of Transportation. In the past couple of meetings here, board meetings, I've stood up and mentioned the active transportation plan and the regional transportation plan. So I just wanted to take a moment here to touch on the regional transportation plan, which is a guiding document for the Department of Transportation over a 20-year period. that informs us of what roads we should prioritize, what we should look at, and allows us to pursue funding, state or federal, to fix whatever problems folks have out there. So we had 2 public meetings, one in Weaverville, one in Heathwork, looking to get public input to what roads people are interested in or have problems with. Those were great meetings, and I welcome the chance to speak with the public more in some meetings coming up in each district, I believe in May. We'll have 5 additional public meetings. We will then compile that information and do some analysis and then come back to the public and to the board with what options we have found to include into that plan. So I'm here yet again to want to thank the supervisors who did attend those meetings, but also to inform the public and ask of the supervisors that you continue to get outreach to your constituents to inform them that those meetings are coming up and that we very much wish their input and we wish the input of any individual supervisor as well. We do have on our website a link to a survey that can be taken. If there's any issues with that survey in terms of it needs to be more expansive or inclusive or have more of a comment section for specific roads, then we can work on that. But I'm still just hoping that you can help us to get the word out as much as possible. And I will clarify as well in terms of the active transportation plan, which is related to any non-motorized transportation, bikes, sidewalks, that sort of thing. We are settling on a scope after 2 public meetings to get input, and that scope is being pushed forward in an application for funding for a sidewalk project in the Weaverville area. So again, I thank the supervisors for your support and help in those public meetings. So I think I'll leave it there unless there's any questions.
Could you tell us when we might be having the other 4 meetings? I know Jeff mentioned at one of the meetings I was at, there would be one in Big Bar, Ruth Lake, Trinity Center, and
Lewiston as well, I believe, yes. So this is Jeff Schwein, who is the principal for Green Dot, who is the consultant that we are using for the regional transportation plan, as well as the circulation element, the general plan update. Green Dot has proposed 5 additional meetings, I believe, and this hasn't been set yet, but I believe May 16th through 18th. We will notify, paper and otherwise, we'll get the word out for when those locations and times are actually set, but that is generally where we're looking to go, are the locations that you mentioned in the middle of May. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Lisa Lozier, Interim Director of Building and Planning. So I'm going to take just a minute to kind of dovetail off of David's discussion in regard to the transportation plan. And we'll talk a little bit about the general plan update. And the reason I want to bring that up right now is because our general plan consultants are wanting to get back in the area and do more of a kickoff meeting that we did not get to do last year for various reasons. Put together a community workshop and do the technical advisory committee meetings. So what they're looking for is an interest in the board for timing. What they would like to throw out as a suggestion would be the week of June, where the board meeting I think is on the 6th of June. If there is going to be availability by board members for that week. That way they can start scheduling. You know, it's kind of a lot of wheels in that process because they would like to invite sub-consultants also to be available for the community meeting, answer questions, collect information, and get an idea of where they need to start moving forward as far as public outreach meetings. They are also looking at scheduling at the fair this year, which is in July. Staff is already working on making sure we have a booth secured and be able to move forward with that. So I just wanted to bring that out there and kind of put that on your radar for availability so we could get on with that process. I know it comes up at multiple meetings, so it would be great to keep moving forward with that. So unless there's any questions, that does it for me.
So you'll send out a doodle poll or something for, I mean, that week's great for me.
Okay, yeah, we
That
can
was
do
June of
something.
2020,
I'm sorry?
June of 2020.
Yeah. Any
I've asked
questions?
I've asked Emma to send out a poll to all the board members to check their availability for that week. So you should be getting that soon.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other department heads or department heads on Zoom?
I'm not seeing any movement on Zoom.
Okay. With that, we can move to report from County Administrative Officer.
Thanks. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I just want to clarify, in case the board wasn't aware of what Ms. Wright had mentioned in her public comment. Working with staff and consultants, we have kind of reprioritized the application process and moved boots on the ground inspections to high priority. So we should have a team coming in this week. I'll let Sean talk a little bit more about that. We should have a team coming in this week from both Helix and Laco, and then our inspectors out inspecting all the sites. We're going to start with those that are in technical review first and move from there. If we complete the ones in technical review prior to getting more into technical review, we will then just keep on moving down the line. Our goal is to get all the boots on the ground, hands-on inspections done ASAP.
Right. Is that all you have for us?
That's it now. Yeah, we have 3.3, which we have another discussion.
Okay.
Right now, if you have any questions, we have any answer. Otherwise, that's my report.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Richard, when do you propose those starting?
I need to speak with Sean, but the recommendation and the suggestion was they should start this week.
How many do you think we can get done in the month of April?
If Sean's in the room, I'd like him to step up and give the numbers. I thought he was hoping for, there he is, beautiful.
Thank you, CAO, Chairman, board members. At this point right now, I'm working through the logistics of getting Laco and Helix here to supplement our staff. This week, I have one inspector who has a completely booked schedule of 12 inspections. My goal is to have 30 inspections done every week for the next 17 weeks, which will be 510 inspections by August 1st. That is the goal, that is the ask from our consultants. At this point in time, I have 2 inspectors. So as far as county staff, that is a literal unachievable goal. So we will definitely need supplemental staff from our consultants. We are fielding some interviews that should help round out our inspection staff. But for the month of April, confidently I can say we should be able to get through 15 inspections with my 2 staff members as we bring new ones on board. I plan on going out Thursday prior to the Planning Commission to really dive into how inspections are done, so that way that if I need to be that asset outside on the ground, then I will do so at the direction of CAO and this board. But that is the goal. That is what I've put out to our consultants. That is what they were working on, is 30 inspections a week, 17 weeks, 510 inspections complete and done before the end of the year.
30 inspections a week, so 90 by the end of this month?
By the end of this month, that would be an impossible ask, if I'm honest with you. I have 2 staff members with maybe 3 coming on board in the next couple of weeks that will require training. Plus I have to work out the logistics of having Laco and Helix in this county where there's nowhere for them to go at this point. So it's finding out what do they need from us in order to accomplish that mission. But that is my ask of them, that we can accomplish between my staff and the supplemental consulting staff, 30 a week.
So when does the 30 a week begin?
As soon as I finalize everything that I need with the consultants and I have their buy-in. Because right now there is, I don't know where those assets would stay or how they would stay in this county in order to accomplish that. Traveling through this county can take anywhere from 2 to 6 hours in some portions of this county to complete an inspection and get it done and returned back to me. I did an inspection a couple of weeks ago in Douglas City. It took us 4 hours to get out to the site, to complete the site, to get back and to debrief on what we found on that site. So if that's my mechanism right now, and I imagine that they're going to have to travel to Burnt Ranch, I'm going to add about 4 hours of traffic time onto that, which means they'll probably get through maybe 1 inspection a day, depending on what those logistics are.
So realistically, in the month of April, how many do you expect to be done?
15.
15.
Correct.
May?
I'm gonna jump in, because I'm gonna ask the impossible of our clients, or I mean, of our consultants. My original plan was we would cluster. We'll set up a portal on our website where people can sign up for inspection. We'll cluster them in areas such as Pine Palm, Hay Fork, South County, wherever it is. So when we do the inspections, we're not doing some shotgun effect and hitting one at a time here and there. We can schedule so they don't have to necessarily stay in county. If they're coming from Humboldt County, they can come over 36 and hit our South County. So I'll work with the consultants, because when I proposed it, I asked the impossible. We need to get more done than that. So Sean wasn't in on the original conversation, so I kind of put him on the spot. I apologize for that, Sean. And we'll talk later, but my goal is the impossible, is we need to get the inspections done as soon as possible.
So Richard, when we hired Laco and Helix, more so Laco than Helix, they agreed to have boots on the ground for us as inspections go. Are they coming through?
Yeah, it still holds true. They said they can put boots on the ground for us. We'll meet with them again this week. Met with them twice last week, and we'll meet with them again this week to see the exact numbers and report back to the board. Like I said, I don't want to put Sean on the spot. He wasn't in the original conversation. He was out last week with an illness, so I requested almost the impossible. We need to get at least minimum the ones in technical review done tomorrow. Unless, it's exaggerating tomorrow, but we need to get them done as soon as possible and move on to the next. So I'll be working with staff and trying to up that number drastically.
Thank you.
I have a quick question, guys.
Go ahead.
Your math, Sean, ends you at 515 or 510 inspections that need to be done, but the last report, I thought that there were like somewhat over 200 Appendix Cs that had been submitted, and so I'm just wondering why there's so much.
There's 530 available licenses. That's per our EIR, and so when I look at it, I look at how do I capture all of those license types. And if our direction is to do inspections, then we would want to do inspection. And as CAO Kuntz has stated, that we'll be using our list that were provided through our consultant staff. So our focus right now is on the people who have cleared their Appendix C and technical review. Following that, it will go through the list of applicants that we have. So when I look at it as how do I complete the entire capture mechanism, and what is the end goal? Without burning out staff and with making sure that we're actually completing what we need to complete. It's about 17 weeks of work. If we're doing them at 30 a week, which is a pretty good ask.
Forgive my ignorance, but I understand there's this cap of 530 licenses available in a program, but if you don't have that many applicants, why do you need a site inspection?
Correct. So if we don't have 530 applications, then that timeline would reduce down to the number of applicants that we have. But as I look at this program, I look at 530 licenses that are active in this county. And so because we are required to do those inspections, I need to give that ask all the way through and see what that looks like. And without burning out staff and without burning out consultants, I feel like 30, and again, we'll talk with CAO after to really find out what that mechanism for weekly inspection cap quota is. But I figure at 30 with a staff of 5 people and supplement of 10 people from our consultants, that's an easy ask at about 2.5 inspections a day per person. That should get us through the issues. My goal is that we're done with all the inspections for our entire program by August.
So if we only have half that many, say 250 in there, and we're doing 30 a week, I'm assuming that we could cut down, especially with the clustering that Richard just mentioned, our time from 17, I know you got 30 a week times 17, 510. Can we cut that down significantly, because I don't think there's going to be 510 applicants. So realistically, how many applicants do you think there will be, and how much time will be taking to look at these sites?
I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head right now, Supervisor.
Unrealistically.
Again, I don't want to make a statement, because what I make in a statement here in public will be used to hold us to that fire. And so what I'd prefer to do is I'd prefer to come back to you with actual numbers, actual asks, and actual capture mechanisms, because theories and hypotheticals don't work well. And so I prefer to give you the truth and the facts. And so that's why you see 17 weeks to complete our total program allotment. And I feel like that's really what I'm using to drive my staff and myself forward right now. So of course, naturally, if we have less applicants, then that timeline will reflect. But the goal is about 30, and from what I can hear from CEO Coons, let's double that to 60 a week. And that should, drastically reduce our timeline for inspections. Yeah.
Liam, we do know that there is quite a few more. What that number is, I don't think anybody really knows who jumps in or not, but there's a significant amount of people that have been waiting a little bit on the sidelines to see this process go through. So, if it's 300 or 500, that's just a wild guess.
And currently all we can do is go with the numbers that have been submitted, and I think we're right around 200 appendix Cs have been submitted, so that's a number that we're playing with. Again, it's a fluid number, and as Supervisor Groves just said, as we have some success in issuing license, I'm sure we'll gain some confidence from the cultivators and we'll receive more appendix Cs. But right now, we've received about 200, and I think 50 to 55 are in a technical review, so those are our priorities.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, CEO Coons. All right, now reports from members of the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Groves, you want to start on your end?
Yeah, I look at my schedule and I seem to be a lot busier in my mind than I were actually traveling. So I didn't travel all that much. I did go to one of the David's road meetings and waiting for the specific ones to kind of dig into the details, so that's good. Asked by again, as the sheriff stated, we had the meeting where the fire meeting where we talked to congressmen and other stakeholders in it. There was a follow-up to that they're asking for written comments from me. I assume that they're sending that to other people that were asked to be on that. I don't know, relevant. So working on that process, those have to be turned in by April 15th. And that's all I have for now, besides the ad hoc.
So I did attend the regional and the active transportation plan meetings. I just really want to thank David and Kimmy for their hard work on that. It was really organized, and also Jeff from Green Dot. The presentations were so informative, really helpful. Love the maps on site so we can look exactly at what we're talking about. You guys have been working hard. I appreciate the organization. Excited to see what that's going to bring, some really fun changes. Would like to let people know that PSA 2, so maybe people don't even know what that means. It just stands for Public Service Area 2, which also doesn't really indicate anything. They provide services for the aging population, and 2 just means it's the region that we're in, which is about 5 counties. They have some new resources that are available, so if you have or know of somebody who is dealing with anybody with Alzheimer's or dementia, those resources are free. I've already been able to pass out a set of books and brochures to a family in need of that, and they were so grateful. So if that's you or somebody that you know, let me know and I can connect that with to you at no charge. Last night at the fire chiefs meeting, some important things are going on with our wildfire season coming up. There is a Wildfire Preparedness Day that's being put on by the RCD. It's on May 7th, and it'll be at the Snyder Highland Meadow in Weaverville from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Lots of presentations, lots of great things for kids, good information on how to better harden your own home and be prepared for what's to come. The Forest Service is going to hold 3 workshops coming up this week. One on Tuesday will be in Trinity Center at the IOF Hall, on Wednesday at the Performing Arts Center, and on Thursday at the Burnt Ranch School. So this is an opportunity for us as the public to interact with the Forest Service on upcoming projects and also elicit feedback that you can provide to them. So all 3 of those meetings are at 5:30. and encourage us to attend. And Supervisor Grove's neck of the woods, the Coffee Creek Volunteer Fire Department is putting on a fundraiser, and more information, you can get that from him, but it's on April 9th.
Thank you. I didn't have any meetings besides ad hoc at supervisors meetings since our last meeting, so it was a good week for me. Supervisor, go again.
All right. So I did go to the transportation meeting here and also in Hayfork that Jeff put on. And going into that meeting, I thought it was transportation as in mobility for people to move, but it also includes repainting of crosswalks, lighting of certain areas of town, getting the begin user, we'll say the elderly, from their home to the transit stop. You know, we'll have some sort of system there. You know, it's difficult for a lot of people to get from home to transit, wherever the stop is, and then they get there, they got to sit there in the cold in the winter time. So it encompasses quite a bit more than just transportation. It has a lot to do with fixing our roads. I'm sure Dan's going to have a lot to say about that when they come down there. But it was very, very insightful, and the scope of this is much larger than what I thought would be a public transportation meeting. It's much bigger than that, and I would recommend, if possible, most people to attend the next meetings, or at least chip in what they think they would like to see in their districts, their priorities. We had a fairgrounds meeting here, Hayfork Fairgrounds meeting here on the 17th in this room here. It went well. They're a great group. They do excellent work. They're just phenomenal group of people. I was interviewed by the Cannabis Equity folks twice in the last 3 weeks, I think. Things went well there. They had a lot of questions, and I had some answers. TMC, me and Keith were on TMC just a few days back, all-day meeting 9 to 4. I think we got a little bit resolved there. As usual, TMC moves fairly slowly. So we're making some headway there. The Trinity visiting session that Libby Crimmins did, there was one here and one in Hayfork, and I attended both of those. And it is a visioning program for what we would like to come to Trinity County first, we'll say. Do we want housing? Do we want jobs? Do we want broadband? I think this is going to bear a lot of fruit, these meetings with her. She's going to come back in about a month or so. She has taken in, I think it is over 150 public surveys that she did online from people, so it's been pretty well accepted, and it seems like a lot of people have a good interest in this. So I think Jill was at least one of those, and I think she had the same feeling that it's going to bear some fruit for us. So we're looking forward to that, and I think that was it. That is it. Thank you.
All right. I'll start with an update on the Community Choice Aggregate. Supervisor Cox and I had a talk with Paul Hauser at TPUD, and I have to admit I made a mistake in a statement, so I'm going to be the first to admit it here. My understanding of the CCA was that the power would come from TPUD, and I was uneducated on that. It comes from a direct federal allocation from the BOR, and it's essentially, it forms its own water right declaration. And the error I had is actually in my candidacy statement. I said that it comes from TPUD, so I just want to get that out there and correct that. It's slightly embarrassing, but so it goes. So there's some new developments with the CCA. We're not going to get into discussion on them, but I was very glad to have Supervisor Cox there to help me see a a bigger perspective than I sometimes see myself. Additionally, I had a meeting in Hoopa with Supervisor Madrone from Humboldt County, with the Hoopa Fire Department Chief Greg Moon, as well as some of the council members, including the chairman, Joe Davis. And we're kind of in the beginning stages of discussing the opportunity of forming a so-called river council or river committee that kind of takes into account that area of overlap, the Willow Creek area, the Salyer downriver area, and the Hoopa Valley. We all seem to feel that there's a lot of overlap with fire policy, with vegetation removal projects, and a lot with our nonprofits that work with all these entities, that it was worth us having an organized council to discuss potential projects, plans, and look at kind of bundling together for grants opportunities, because sometimes a lot of entities compete for certain grants, and so we thought it could be a good way to pool our resources together, work more together. This wouldn't be discussing anything about the Trinity River or any river rights or anything like that. It would be strictly about forest, fire, and fuels, resources, policies. So that was kind of exciting. I was able to meet with McGuire's new representative, Nora, in Eureka last week. She's new to the office, so it was mostly an introductory meeting. Broad discussion on all of the items that we always discuss as a county, and kind of one of the main emphasis, besides some of the cannabis issues, was if there's the avenue of using public health and safety to force the cell service companies to install more cell towers, so in emergency situations when power's out, like the PSPS events or fires or winter storms, that people have a way to call 911 without needing their own backup generator. So that's kind of on the table for looking into a little bit more. And if you didn't notice the cute fuzzy animals on the desk here, they are from the Capitol display in Sacramento. All the county displays, the dioramas, all got replaced because of asbestos. So we had the opportunity to pull these out. These were the requests from the booth. The people that requested them, they know who they are. I'm going to leave these animals here. They can come to the board meeting and retrieve them. I'll send an email out to those people so they know. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. All right, well, report from the Cannabis Cultivation Program Ad Hoc.
Can I throw one more thing in about the TMC meeting? Not to be doom and gloom here, but we are starting our season in the midst of the worst drought in California history. This is the first time ever that we've been 3 critically dry years consecutively. I think our lake level is at either the lowest or second lowest in the history of Trinity Lake. We are in a really bad situation with water temperature objectives for the fish. The depth of the pool or the lake is not deep enough for us to adequately address temperature criteria for the fish in Douglas City or Lewiston at this time. It was thrown around about, and Keith was there, about getting some generators for some cooling for at least the hatchery eggs, but it's at an enormous cost. So where we're at right now in Trinity County is pretty much unprecedented as far as lake level goes. I would like to see, and maybe me and Keith could do something about carryover water. The TMC and the TRP and the BOR has not let us carry over any water in wet years as kind of banking, we'll say, of water. On critically dry years, we let out 369,000 acre feet, and on extremely wet years, we let out about 700 and something thousand acre feet. On the normal, wet, and extremely wet years, I would like to, and I know I'm going into opposition because we sell a lot of it to the Central Valley Project, I would like to be able to bank some of that water for droughts like this, because we are becoming close right now to losing our fishery, the river, and the life in the river. due to lake levels and the temperature of the water in the lake. So this is not to be taken lightly. It's the worst drought in 120 odd years in California, and the 3 driest years in the history of Trinity County, I think. So we're in trouble in that spot, so everybody pray for rain sometime, but it's something to keep your eye on.
I'll piggyback a little bit on that. I'm sorry for not doing this earlier, but so the river flows will start increasing for the dry model here in next week or the week after. So be careful on the river. There will be a peak flow for a very short period of time, but it's still something to be cautious of. And so the numbers on the lake, we are at 33% full, and we are going to be at the peak right now at 33, and we'll probably head down to 18 or 19% by the end of September, which would be the second lowest of all time. And the lake, with the environmental laws, really it equals out to the lowest because it never can go to the levels that were done in '77.
Right. With that, we will move on to the report from the cannabis. You want to start out?
You can start out.
I don't have my note tablet with me, so you go for it. I got to dig out my notes.
So, what Richard referred to earlier is that we have 50 in technical review, and this is the numbers out as of last Wednesday, so they're a little sluggish. 50 in technical review and 9 that are out of technical review and into the county's hands. We will discuss that in 3.3, some asks we have of the board, wait a minute, 3.2, excuse me, on how we move forward on that. Richard talked over the change of the site visits and trying to ramp those up and see the high priority to get those moving forward. We still have this April 7th, it will be the retail license coming to the Planning Commission. What's being set up is a very regulation. We'll see what comes out of the Planning Commission, if it gets more complicated or they move it through. As of right now, we're still planned for the 14th for the opt-out. We will discuss Ms. Wright's concern with council to see if that's still an appropriate date. As soon as we're through this, the Heidi is still planned. Heidi, who is our technical writer, is still planning to hit the processing license immediately and get that going. There are still extreme concerns by the growers out there as time's ticking away and the seasons, they're feeling a little hopeless that the season's going to be a loss. So we still have a lot of nervousness out there. And go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a lot more we need to report out besides what we need to discuss now in 3.2. I think that can wait till then. Yeah, I don't think I need to add anything.
So yeah,
unless anybody has questions.
As I've discussed before, is that we have this river that we're breaking dams off of, and in 3.2 we will hopefully break one of the last dams to get this process through.
Well, still don't have anything to report from our limited density rural dwelling ad hoc. We're just kind of holding our position on that one until we get dates certain for moving forward, and then once that's done, we will disband. So with that, I think we can move on to county matters. Does anybody want to take a short recess before we start county matters, or do you want to
Yeah,
go?
I'll take a couple.
All right, we will return at 10:45.
We got such a good Chapter. I work for Our dog's gonna be with Sheen. You're not there.
Yes.
They'll be the same.
Yes.
Very good. You didn't want me to buzz off.
I double checked.
It just that you're all the details, all the pressures that were on the corner. Don't love you. Start with your you need any of that stuff. I no longer contract with our animals. Okay. We lost our, we're not lost our lives. They lost yes, that's
similar to, but not quite.
Whatever. I'm getting a lot of people out I'm already like. I saw her
they've already asked. But just what I'm saying is, yeah, help planning before, we got
business is mediocre.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a strange time.
They don't want to get it.
Strange time everywhere. This is capitalism. Well, in certain places it's good. I've never prices are rising.
You know, for ones that were sellers before and getting a lot
I went and looked at I got a shelf on the refrigerator and a shelf in the pantry and some other old woman inside. It's basically
Yeah, and you know what, let me know when you get your stuff wears off. so does the older, so, you pick your poison. Yeah, because
If you die, you might feel like fun. It's all really challenging. Always challenging.
I like looking back and seeing girls. I don't necessarily
Yeah.
Yeah, right, yeah. Somebody's gonna die. Somebody's gonna die. I understand, I saw that. Right.
There was a lot of pushback on it, because everybody's just so freaked out.
It's tough.
No, it's impossible.
Nicotine is one of the hardest.
They offered 5 slots. And then, well, yeah, logistics of getting a
These questions to right now.
pure analytics comes up here. Deal directly.
Like 90.
Yeah, like 99%.
Yeah.
You think that gas prices going up?
Coming down. Cigarettes stop. All those chemicals they put in it, that you're, right, and all that, adding the chocolate, adding hundreds additives in a cigarette, in tobacco. And so all of those compounded make it interesting.
Probably me.
It's always.
Oh, they know what they're doing. They know what
June 6th.
Yes.
Probably, but
I know you're doing
I have a calendar
Celebrating the.
You have my number, I'll go ahead and look at you come down, you're not
That's
gonna
scary.
wait
That's scary. Steve, I like I think what day is the 6th? What's going on? Right, what are you supposed to do? I'm good. It ain't fine. That'll be better.
It's been moved like multiple times. See the sidewalk?
Yeah.
We'll just start with that. All right. Are we ready to begin again? Moving on to county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request an item be heard out of order. Does anyone on the board or public wish that an item be heard out of order? Okay. Moving to item Board of Supervisors, item 3.1, not 1.1. Approve an agreement with McLaughlin Whitewater for development of a concept plan for a whitewater rafting park. Fiscal impact $35,000 from general fund. Supervisor Brown.
All right. Well, I'm super excited to have this item on agenda. It's been a couple years in the making, behind the scenes, inquiries, reaching out, and it's finally got into a little bit of a tangible project now. And so, as a background on it, I think I'll start with sharing a video from Salida, Colorado. It's a YouTube video, and it's about the wave that they put in. A lot of people don't know what these whitewater waves are. They're kind of called river parks now. A lot of people thought it as a whitewater rafting park or a standing wave park. They don't really know what it means. They think it's an adventure, water slides going along the river. So I'm going to start with this video, and then we have some callers on the Zoom that are going to be able to answer some questions and share their experiences as well. So it's about a 2.5-minute video or something.
The river brought me to this community. I started off as an 18-year-old raft guide here and basically discovered whitewater paddling and this river valley and told myself when I was 18 I was never going to leave if I had any opportunity to stay here. And for me it's just, it's the best lifestyle you can imagine in Colorado. It's what people imagine when they imagine living in the mountains of Colorado is Salida. But it's all in a really unique, original, authentic community.
Where we're sitting right now on this edge of Riverside Park used to have a wall. And it was not just a physical barrier, but it was a symbolic barrier between the citizens of the city of Salida and one of the major rivers in Colorado, that being the Arkansas River. With the fourth phase of this project and all the other phases that were funded by Conservation Trust Fund money, Greater Outdoor Colorado money, local money, work in kind done by excavators, just the volunteer help has been amazing. With that, the wall was removed and all these improvements have been put in. That has created a greater access to the river. What I hope it's created greater availability of a recognition how important water in the river is to all of us.
We have the four main features of the park as far as the in-stream whitewater features are the whitewater drop structures or whitewater play features. The marquee whitewater kayaking feature is down at the boat ramp where the Fibark Festival is held every June. You have people training for whitewater kayaking right next to people in inner tubes. If you're just getting into it, you can float through no problem and enjoy yourself when the water flows are appropriate. It's important to know what the conditions are any given day you're out here.
The recreational opportunities confined within a small area are here for you. More 14ers than any other place in Colorado. 3 wilderness areas, the rivers. This is the place to come if you want to have fun and not feel like someone stole your credit card.
You see this black box right here? Well, I'm going to show you.
Awesome. So with that, I don't know if If PT Wood is on the Zoom, he's supposed to be on Zoom. If he is,
I am.
Oh, awesome. I'm going to pass the floor off to you. PT Wood has been involved with the Salida project for the very early days. And so I invited him to share his experience in the evolution of that project.
Yeah, great. Thanks for inviting me. As a way of introduction, my name is PT Wood. I've been in Salida for about 30 years. Me and Mike Harvey, who you saw in the video there, sat down in 1998 with a local contractor and kind of laid out this vision. And he was all over it, Fred Lowry, and jumped in and helped do the initial construction down there. I was lucky enough to be mayor of Salida actually from 2017 till 2021. And I'm running for county commissioner right now. So it's actually been super interesting to listen to your meetings. Kind of deja vu from our commissioner meetings. So similar problems all over the West, right? But again, our Whitewater Park, we started in 99 really was when it first, I think we first got the equipment in the river. And then it's been an ongoing project. This summer, we'll be improving one of the stand-up surf waves. And so it's been a long ongoing process, but it is it's the marquee piece of downtown Salida and really has been that important economic driver that was really at the cusp of turning around our downtown from almost a ghost town to a really vibrant, lively place. And I think one thing that maybe that video didn't really show is what it's like there once the water is dropped. So the majority of the year we're not at that high flow where everybody's out, more focused on the whitewater features. We're at lower waters and it becomes much more of a family area. Big beaches, kids out running around, folks in inner tubes, folks swimming, fishermen. The fish habitat actually is vastly improved. I was down fishing just below that, the boat ramp hole the other day and pulled out about a 10-pound rainbow. So that's a big additional advantage. But yeah, it's been an amazing investment in our community.
Awesome. Yeah, I really appreciate you taking the time out of your day and dealing with the different time zones to make it happen. I really wanted someone from Salida just to share their experience because Salida really kind of reminded me of Weaverville and a more a real rural area. If any of you guys have any questions for PT, otherwise I'll let him move on. All right, thank you so much, PT. Feel free to stay on the meeting, and I hope I get to try that whiskey someday.
Absolutely. All right, thanks, guys.
So, in the midst of this wave process, we looked at kind of the whole Trinity, and I have some kayaker friends. I'm not even a kayaker or anything, but I just see this as an amazing opportunity for economic development and also diversification of our outdoor activities with our existing landscape. This project can be funded pretty much exclusively from grants, and Susie Calkins has done a great job of identifying a couple grants. A lot of the grants, in order to apply, we need to have a scoping process done, and that's where this item kind of comes into play. The ask is to approve a contract with McLaughlin Whitewater, their engineering firm out of Colorado that developed these waves, the designs for them. And another reason why I kind of went with McLaughlin is because they designed the 1998 Olympics whitewater course in Tennessee, and that was on U.S. Forest Service lands. And so after looking at the Trinity, we kind of found that Big Flat seemed to be the best spot to look at first for a number of reasons, including that's the Pigeon Point Run, which is the main whitewater run that over 6,000 people come to every summer and go down in rafts or kayaks. And It's a Forest Service location. There's already a river access spot there that needs some improvements. The site is an old mine tailings location, so there's a whole ability to do a restoration component. So if you look in the attachments on the item, there's a letter of support from Trinity River Restoration Program, and they kind of outline the reasons why they're supportive of this project. I've inquired with the Norelmuck Indian tribe representation, and they won't make a formal comment on the project until a study like this is completed. So it's kind of like the chicken and the egg thing, and this initial step is required to kind of get it into its first formal phase. And so I wanted to invite Ben Nielsen onto the Zoom, and he is one of the main engineers for McLaughlin Whitewater. And he can give a little outline of their process, and also I think he has some slides to share from some of the other projects that they've installed. Ben, are you out there?
I am. Hi, Jeremy. Thanks for everybody's time today. I was going to just share a couple of slides here just to kind of go through a little bit of an overview of the project, and then talk a little bit about the scope that's being proposed and is in front of you today. And then I also wanted just to talk a little bit about just some of the thoughts we have on the keys to really the success of really building this project. Like Jeremy had mentioned, the site that we're looking at here is the big flat area, existing river access, and really the core of the scope that we're presenting is these three blue dots here, which are these standing waves or whitewater features in the river, and these are really the novelty of the recreation, and really are what would draw people to this location to spend the day, spend the afternoon, and interact with the river. This plan also includes, as Jeremy mentioned, habitat restoration. That's a super important component of any of these projects that we work on, is really improving river health along with the recreation. And then there's access. So the gray dots and the gray lines there, really just getting people to the water along the river. And then there's an upland amenity component of this too, with in this case a climbing wall and some other things there. So as far as the scope of work, it's a concept design, and really what this really fundamentally means is first and foremost the feasibility of the project. I mean, really answering the big question of, is it possible, and what might it take to pull it off? And that feasibility is a really important step. It's actually, in my view, some of the most important dollars that are spent on a project like this, because it really sets the project in motion. It really sets the stage to talk to stakeholders, property owners, the recreational community, and really the community at large. And then we would get into site evaluation, looking at those details of the site, what's there, what are the constraints, what are the opportunities, and then get into alternatives. So, what might we do to address the objectives of the project, but also be sensitive to some constraints and things of that nature. And then, of course, everybody always asks, how much do they cost? So really this effort is an idea. It's really, as Jeremy said, a scoping effort where you start saying, okay, here's the budget that we think it's going to require. Here are the next steps. Here are the things that we need to do to go forward to develop this. And really the deliverable and work product is really a design rendering that really illustrates what the selected alternative is, and information that really allows you all to go out to the community, talk to stakeholders, and pursue funding. So why do a project like this? So I love the video. It's great hearing PT talk about Salida. Really, these projects are not just about a few kayakers or surfers or rafters. I mean, they really are community projects. And really, when you think about these, you do them for really the benefits of the project fall into these three categories: social, environmental, and economic. The social benefits are just connecting people to the river, getting people outside. It's that quality of life type of benefit. Environmental, of course, is improving the river health. And then economic. These have been shown, like in Salida and all over the country, to have tremendous potential to really attract not only tourists, which is great, but also attract entrepreneurs, families, people that want to live and be in the area, start businesses, and those types of things. So really at the core of how that all comes together is really about the river recreation experience and really about diverse river use. This photo here, you see surfers, you see kayakers. And the idea is just to get a lot of people involved in the river and really that healthy lifestyle around being active. Projects like this can offer opportunities to do events and provide notoriety for the area and give that economic lift. And also, when we look at these things, there's existing rafting, as Jeremy had mentioned. There's existing activity happening on the river and making sure that that's compatible with the new uses and new rec that would be happening. A big increase in use in this country around rivers is river surfing. This is a project we did in Denver, and this activity has really exploded, and I think particularly in California near the coast, and this would be a very interesting thing that would attract a lot of ocean surfers. And what I think is important about surfing is not just that it's cool or anything like that, is that what we've seen is that board sports and rivers actually offer a lot of engagement and inclusion of a lot of people. So the barriers of entry to do this activity are quite low: a helmet, life jacket, and a surfboard. So the cost to do it is low, and doesn't require any sort of like special training and things. So it's really, again, all about getting people involved. And not just those high-end users. We're talking about focusing on getting families and kids, really people of all ages and ability levels. And PT had talked about this too, is that, a lot of the advantage of these is people just getting down and dipping their toes in the water, swimming and those types of things. So there's some opportunities there. Of course, viewing and just kind of enjoying being near the water. So as far as economic impacts, there's a huge range you can see here on the screen for these projects. But these type of rural projects are going to be more in the under $5 million per year type of impact typically. We are not, as part of this scope, doing a specific economic impact study for this site. That's something that we can do if the group has interest in that. But we will look at similar projects and talk and have a discussion around potential economic impact for this project. So what are the keys to building? I think the first, in my mind, is really about U.S. Forest Service. It's on their property, and really collaborating with them and other stakeholders. These projects, rivers impact the entire community. They impact our natural resources, our fisheries, all of those things. And I think the project needs to balance those things, needs to have a collaborative, outreaching approach that balances the various goals of the various folks that either protect the river, use the river, or interact with it. And so, like Jeremy had mentioned, this is the project we did in '96 for the Atlanta Olympics course. This is a U.S. Forest Service project. And so we've definitely had some success working with them in the past, although it's a long time ago. The other keys of it is that California whitewater, any whitewater on the coast, both East Coast, West Coast, is incredibly difficult for getting approvals and things, and that speaks to really that we have various fish species and various the conversation around the drought and all of that is there's a lot of need and use of our rivers. We did the only project we're aware of in California as far as whitewater on the American River. I think bringing this collaborative, kind of comprehensive, holistic approach to the project on the Trinity is going to be really important. And then lastly, there's a wild and scenic designation, which is definitely really great. I mean, the river's amazing, but it's also going to have some impacts in terms of what we would even want to consider doing. Definitely want to take a light touch. I show this picture here because things like, doing, adjustable wave features and mechanical things in the river, probably not gonna happen with Wild and Scenic, but those are things that we would wanna get to the bottom of with this scope of work. And kind of what that translates to is that, it's just the type of use and kind of the notoriety of the site would be impacted by that. So we're talking probably about, looking at, boulder type constructions, minimizing any sort of concrete and grout, those types of things in the river, and really blending these recreational features into the character of the river. And then of course, really honing in on that habitat and that restoration component as in the development of the project. So with that, thanks for your time, and I guess I'll kick it back to Jeremy.
Any supervisors have any questions specifically?
So is your kind of long-term goal on this is to have, do this one in Big Bar and then see how it goes, or Big Flat, excuse me, and then possibly expand these out into different parts of the river, or is this the only?
I mean, this is the first one. Like the other areas we looked at were Junction City near the campground. Each wave requires about a 2 feet fall in the river, in the riverbed. And so that's kind of the main dictating factor. We looked at one in Lewiston, at the Lewiston Dam. There's already an existing natural one that could be modified to increase it. But like I said, we just kind of honed it on Big Flat because that's where all of the whitewater activities already take place. Big Flat used to host a slalom race. It was in the late 90s, early 2000s, I believe. There was already a competition there. So it's kind of like revamping and providing some more infrastructure that's a little bit more modernized to keep up with the demand for those events and tourism and travelers and stuff.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy.
Yep. Does anyone have any technical questions for Ben as far as the engineering and?
Yeah, so will it be mechanical restoration?
In terms of having machines in the river?
Well, it looks like you're gonna have to do something to choke the water to make it be a Whitewater Park. To change the structure of the bottom by adding either cement or rocks that are currently there but not in the right place to up it from, we'll say, a class 1 to class 3, if that's what you're looking for, or a standing wave. So will it be, how will you go about moving the rocks around in the river or placing rocks from outside the river into the river to make your features stand out?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, so shown on the screen here is these 3 locations, and the reason for those locations is that there's already some gradient or a rapid in the river. And so the intent with that, and the reason why you would put these there is that it minimizes the amount of rock and things that you need to do. But yes, so in order to create these things, you need to recontour the bottom of the river in that location, either through excavation or adding boulders in order to shape that and to concentrate the water in a way that creates these types of recreational features.
And what time of year would you plan on doing that?
Well, that's a really good question. The timing of construction is twofold. One is from a fisheries perspective. During migratory times and spawning times, typically that's no-go for construction. And then you're looking for periods of the lowest flow. So typically that can fall in the kind of winter times as far as low flows, but that's something that every river has specific windows when that can occur, primarily based on the fisheries.
So right now, as far as Trinity River Restoration Program goes and their mechanical restoration of the river, they're allowed to work from July 15th to September 15th with manipulation of the main stem of the river. I think they probably would hold you to that, is my guess. Which is not the lowest time in the river. The lowest time in the river comes sometime between October 15th and the first rains. And they're pretty strict on their 2-month window of having mechanical restoration actually in the river. And I read somewhere here that you had the graces of Trinity River Restoration Program. Although I think, and Keith may be able to, is this outside the scope of TRP, Keith?
It is.
It is outside the scope?
It's past the 40 mile.
Yeah. Okay. So it's nice to say that they're good with it. And I think it's a good thing to have a Whitewater Park. So the next question is, what class water would you have, 1 through 5? What would be the lowest and what would be the highest?
Yeah, so these individual features, I mean, they tend to be in the 2-3 range when we're talking about kind of the class, and so they're all designed to have proper recovery pools, and so it's almost like they get rated, but they're really quite approachable by a whole diverse user group: inner tubers, surfers, kayakers, rafters, those types of things.
Now, I saw someone here too that you were going to use some of the tailing piles or move some of the tailing piles from that area, which would change the flood zoning there, I think, perhaps. And knowing a little bit about what came out of French Creek, was just below where you're proposing, I think some of those tailing piles that went to Smith Pit had some serpentine rock in it. Are you guys aware of that?
I'm not specifically aware of that now.
All right. I think they did find some in the big French Creek slide there, and some of the rock that was in there, so that might be something you want to look at. How, obviously you're going to have to do an EIS on this. How long do you plan on that being?
That's to be determined. At this point, we are going to have some initial conversations with some of the stakeholders, particularly Youth for Service, and then try to start to find out exactly what that NEPA process would look like, and at that point start to rough in general timeline for EIS as part of that.
And our county does, I think we have a 3/4 funding for a flood evaluation person that helps out our restoration program, but also works for our county, so he might be someone that you might want to look to their direction for the possible flood change in that area. How many different emergency type people will we need on hand for any, obviously if you're going to charge people to do something, you're going to want to make sure that they stay safe.
There's no charging.
It's free. So if you're going to do something and it's free, I hope that we're going to want people to be safe. Is there any oversight with any medical people on site? Since it probably will be crowded, and it's during the height of the season, there's quite a few rafts down there as it is. So will we rely on the help of the other rafting community to help out the people who are using this, or will there be other type of emergency people brought in for the people who use this, and also for the parking, things like that?
So most river parks in the U.S. are use at your own risk, without any sort of kind of lifeguard or swiftwater rescue staff on site. That's always something that can be certainly up for discussion in terms of what's appropriate and what the county is comfortable with in that regard. But that certainly would be very atypical of how these parks are operated elsewhere.
All right.
Any other technical questions?
Cool. Thank you so much, Ben. I appreciate your time. I'm sure there'll be obviously more questions as they come up. And I wanted to just open up the opportunity, if there is any public comment, there were some people that, oh, I'm sorry.
Are you done presenting?
Yes.
I will open the public comment on item 3.1.
Is there any public comment on this item from the room? Go for it.
I went to sleep, sorry. Thank you, Chairman and Board of Supervisors, for offering the chance to comment. So this is, as I see, a significant opportunity, having a grant-funded project that wouldn't be able to happen otherwise, and down there in Big Flat. So let me introduce myself. My name is David Steinhauser. I'm owner of Trinity River Rafting. I have a significant whitewater past. I bought my first kayak in 1975 after the first year of college, and most of my more intensive kayaking probably was in the 80s. Some of that was living in northern New Mexico. The whitewater would be more in the Taos area. I did get up and kayak up in the Arkansas. There was a view of Salida. So that was a popular spot for me and my friends to go up to if we wanted to get away from the Rio Grande around Taos. The area around Taos has a lot in common with the Trinity in terms of there was good class 3 run, there's some class 2, there was class 4, and even some class 5 seasonally. So I have some personal connection with that. The slalom race that Jeremy referred to, I was probably one of maybe the most significant organizer for. So I was a slalom racer. I slalom raced up on the Arkansas, as well as we had some slalom races around Taos and in the area. I was also one of the organizers of the Trinity River Freestyle Rodeo that happened for a number of years, was on the national circuit, and that was located just above Pigeon Point Campground, and it was well attended. We have some pictures of the hillside with people all around watching the event. So we were organizers as well as sponsors of that. So this is a what I would call a healthy attraction. Looking back at my life, at one point I probably started in high school. I had friends that got me out on these long runs. We would run for like 3 to 5 miles and so forth. But anyway, so it kind of got me into a fitness orientation. And I was a runner and a... Is that... Do I have a minute?
Just try to wrap it up because you're not supposed to have 3 minutes. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so let me... I'm diverting too much here. So basically, then... wait, wrapping this up. I was just getting started. I'm sorry. So it's a healthy lifestyle attraction for business. I think it would attract both by its name and it would attract guides for rafting. It would attract entrepreneurs. There would probably be kayak schools, or a school anyway. As far as the work goes in the river, there was the timeline actually down there. That is low water time. Although there's also the concern probably of is it going to interrupt the parking that's in there, because that parking is needed for the rafting.
Access.
Access. Parking, if anything, more parking is probably needed. One thing that may be needed to be changed is the addition of parking, because parking is already needed for the use that's down there, as I understand it anyway. And I live, our business is like a 1/10 of a mile away from that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning Supervisors, John Brower from Junction City. I agree wholeheartedly with the prior speaker. This is an awesome project, and that does seem to be a really thoughtful site. Many times I've floated through there on a raft or a kayak and sat on the bank afterwards and watched those, what's trying to be these little surfable waves. It's already really close. I don't think it would take much work to create a safe but fun surfable wave experience with the pool immediately afterwards, immediately downstream. So when you do wipe out, you have mellow, easy, kiddie style water to collect yourself. Seems like it could be done in a really safe way. These similar standing wave features that I'm aware of in Europe, and I think the Snake River, and I hear there's a good one going in Bend or near Bend in Oregon. They do help support these other businesses and become a draw to the area, and also gives the local kids something healthy to do, which is sorely needed in Trinity County. As a father of a couple very young teens, this is exactly the sort of project we'd like to see. And since there's grant funding available to try to kick this thing off, it's no skin off the county's teeth to support this, and it seems like it could be a real benefit to the community for many generations to come. I'm in full support of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Land, Junction City. This sounds like an amazing, awesome project. I also have a bunch of kids. It sounds great. I would just hope that, I know the river conditions might lean it more towards Pigeon Flat. To me, it seems like as far as amenities, closer to Junction City might be better. I know Big Flat's been cut off for a big part of the summer as far as like rock slides, fire, so that getting past Helena has been a problem for much of the year. I wonder how that would impact things. And also closer to Junction City, you have the fire department services a little closer, the forest services right there, the store. It's a little closer for the Weaverville kids to maybe make the trek rather than going all the way to Pigeon Point. So I'm sure river conditions are a big part of it, but as far as like amenities, parking, access, JC Park is right there. There's been talk about like opening up camping and stuff at JC Park. The Grange is there, which is great for putting on events and is known for putting on awesome events. So it seems like the JC area has a lot of amenities that would go great for there. There's plenty of parking in some of those zones, like wide open parking area, versus that Big Flat Pigeon Point area is pretty tightly pinned in and gets cut off for large chunks of the year, at least for the past 4 or 5 years. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other public comment from the room? Seeing none, we will switch gears and go to Zoom. Glenn Hoxie. Okay, we'll come back to that one. Kelly Sheen.
Hello, I'm here. Hello.
Oh, we can hear you now. If you're ready,
Okay,
go for it.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Ben for that excellent presentation. He answered a lot of questions I have. I am a whitewater rafting guide and kayak enthusiast, and I have had experience with these parks all around the West. They are always economic boons, I think, to the community, and used very well. So I think that part of it is kind of a no-brainer. I was also very encouraged to hear the comments about how these developments can be done really lightly without affecting the river too much, and it's certainly with the Wild and Scenic River designation, I'm assured that would happen. So I'm all in favor of it. I really do see a lot of my friends are interested in it, that I know from the area that would come and check it out, and I'd like to see it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go to Kelly Sheen.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I am Kelly Sheen. I'm the District Manager for the Trinity County Resource Conservation District. I am also part of the facilitation team for the Trinity County Collaborative Group. And Supervisor Brown has presented this both to our Recreation Committee and the full collaborative as well. And while we haven't provided or produced a letter of support for this particular project, I would like to state that that by and large, the presentations were met with general support from both bodies of that group. And Jeremy has also approached me as a potential organization that could be a fiscal sponsor for the project when we get into the realm of actual implementation. And I brought this to my board of directors, and they are also generally in favor of this project, and I just wanted to make that clear to everyone. So thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you.
All right, Patrick Cahan.
Yeah, hey, thanks for this presentation. I think this is just a wonderful idea, and I just wanted to vocalize my support as a resident of Downriver and as somebody who's seen these projects transpire as an old resident of Montana and Missoula. I had a high school buddy who the community built a Brennan's Wave, a standing wave, for him when these types of projects were really early on. It was done on the Clark Fork River, which also has similar legacy issues with mining and stuff, and so it was able to happen and be combined with other projects to clean up the river. And it has been just a boon for the community, not only financially, but just for another outdoor recreational opportunity. I can say I've been laughing about this for a while. When you go to the coast, Eureka, Arcata, McKinleyville, Trinidad, there's more surf shops in Missoula, Montana than all three of those communities combined, which to me makes me laugh because we have beautiful surf spots along the coast here. But that's just one example of how popular these standing waves and these boating attractions have become. And I'm just really excited to hear these types of projects coming in front of the board. Thank you very much for it. It just really lights me up to think that there's more excitement to come in our rivers and our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will Hoxie.
Hi, yeah. I just wanted to express my support for this. I think this is an awesome idea. I am a lifelong Trinity River enthusiast, you could say. I'm a kayaker. I've worked as a raft guide. And I speak for my fellow raft guides in Big Flat and my family and my friends, saying that this is an awesome idea and I'd love to see it move forward.
Thank you.
Roman.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm with NOAA Fisheries, and I just wanted to make the statement that for us, I mean, this looks like a great project, but we would want to make sure that in the design process that passage for juveniles and adults would be maintained through these structures. As you guys are well aware, there's listed species, coho in particular, in the river, and I think passage is something that we would definitely like to see maintained for all age classes. So just wanted to make that statement. I realize you guys are very early in the process. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can we get your full name for the record, please?
Yes, Roman Pittman,
Thank you.
P-I-T-T-M-A-N.
Thank you. Next we have iPhone. Okay, we'll come back to that one.
Hi there. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to everyone for your great thoughts and enthusiasm, which I share for this project. My name is Jeff Venturino. I grew up in Arcata, learned to paddle on the Trinity. I'm now a kayak instructor on the American River seasonally, and just a general boater. I think this would be a really great opportunity for folks. I know historically the Pigeon Point wave was better and there were some park and play options, but now they are somewhat fewer in the area. Just being accessible, whether it's Big Flat or there's a good accessible spot in Junction City, I think would be great. There are a couple things I wanted to kind of mention. I learned to paddle in the Trinity and the eel drainages. I don't know if you've ever hiked out of Salyer on that section in the afternoon on a summer day, but it's a straight up the hill with poor parking. And I think a lot of the limitations for getting into paddling are logistical and access driven. So, looking at the portfolio of projects that have been done by the same group, some of them do still have access limitations. I'm thinking about the one on the American, thinking about the one at the gutter in Idaho. And so I just want to make sure that the project includes parking, off-highway access. If it's in Big Flat, maybe you could make a little trail so you could walk up to Straw House and the cottages and stuff. Make sure that there's places for people to put their cars, hike up to the top of the wave and run it again, those sorts of things. Which might be, multi-agency, it might be roads funding or highway, those sorts of things. But it's really important for making these things work. They're amazing for local communities when they do hit the nail on the head, and I think it's a great thing to start looking into, so I'm really excited that this is on the table. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, iPhone?
Yes, is that me?
Yes.
Yes, hello, Michael Bradford, long time, local of Junction City. I've also been a whitewater rafter for over 20 years here on the Trinity. I also work fisheries. This is a very local spot, very cherished, but I fear the hydrodynamics in that location. You're talking about modifying a class 2 to 3 rapid into a class 2 to 3 rapid. Also the safety concerns. It's a big project. You're talking about restricted habitat for fisheries. There's Chinook salmon springers that are now listed that hold directly below there for most of the year. The concept is great, but the location it could be better. Let's see, the parking could definitely be improved. As a raft guide, we all know how congested that gets in the summertime. If you really want to improve tourism downriver, increase access to other points. We've got a lot of accesses all the way down to Cedar Flat, Whites Creek, Kids Camp, Hayden Flat, all of these different put-ins and access points that really are rough to get into and aren't user-friendly or not tourist-friendly. So I'd say concentrate efforts in another location, and that's really all I got for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ben?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Ben. I was a raft guide on the Trinity and a kayaker for many years. I actually lived there in Big Flat and Big Bar year-round for several years. And I got a good look at the kayaking community. And what I think you guys have here is a really good opportunity to create a space to enhance the whitewater tourism in the area, which is a miniature gold rush for the small community up there in the summer. And there's an economy there that relies on it. This could very much boost that. And I actually now live down here on the American River, where there is a whitewater park and there is a booming whitewater community, and I can see the benefits of that down here. So I'm in full support of building a Whitewater Park there. I know the section of river, and I think it's an entirely appropriate place. And that's what I have to say. I'm in full support of it.
Thank you.
Can we get your full name for the record, please?
Benjamin Hoxie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Florentina?
Hi, my name is Florentina Jones. I grew up on the coast and grew up rafting on the Trinity. I now live in Salyer. Actually just named my daughter Helena because that area is so precious to me. I'm in full support. I love all the suggestions of environmental impact, and we don't always get things right first, and so we're in the beginning stages, and whether it moves upriver, downriver, stays there. I love that people are aware that, you know, the river as a recreation for humans is second. But this project's very exciting, very, very exciting. And I'm in full support. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's two.
Sarah Harrison?
Hi, my name is Sarah Harrison. I own the photography company on the Trinity River, and I grew up downriver. I'm from Big Barn. I am so excited about this project. I think it sounds amazing, and the tourism that it would bring to our little community is just incredible, and I'm looking forward to what happens next. So I am in full support of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mimi's iPhone.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hello, my name is Miriam Wirt, and I am also a whitewater enthusiast. I've spent many a year up in that area, many a raft trips, guide trips, learned to kayak on the Trinity myself, and I just also wanted to express my unwavering support for this project. It's very, very exciting, and I think it's a very important economic boost to an area that's seen some serious devastation over the last couple of years, and I just wanted to express my full support as well.
Thank you.
Tyler?
Hi, good afternoon or this afternoon. My name is Tyler Thompson from Burt Ranch, and I just wanted to also voice support for this project. Although I am not what would be classified as a whitewater enthusiast, I do enjoy the river. I live downriver. I actually enjoy fishing a little bit more than floating on the river, and I do feel the concerns for the environmental aspects of the project, but I feel like these days getting anything accomplished in California very well to most environmental impacts, and for somebody who does love to fish on the river, I think that it could benefit both the rafting community and still uphold the integrity of what dwindling fish we have. And as somebody who at one point potentially wanted to invest in a business in Big Flat, I just think that the economy there could significantly use the boost as well. I just asked the supervisors to consider, although outside of their districts, just not preventing a project like this in its infancy, and to kind of let the process play out, but to give it the shot in the arm it could use now to just see where it goes from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Tom Blanco.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tom Malenko, Douglas City. For any of you who've ever gotten an email from me, which I think is everybody, a harmonic is a standing wave. So I think they're amazing just to look at. So whether you actually get into the water and experience this thing, or just look at it from the shore, or just know that it's there, it's a tremendous learning opportunity. It's remarkable, and I'm 100% in favor of it. I think it's great for one of those other aspects about Trinity County we like to promote, which is tourism and the river and our surroundings. So very much in favor, and thanks Supervisor Brown. I know this was a vision of yours early on, and seeing it through is it's just encouraging. I like to see a project like this brought before the board, and with the grant funding, I think it's a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I have no other raised hands and no new chats.
May I? Thank you. David Colbeck, speaking as a private citizen. I don't get a chance often to stand up in front of you to speak my mind for my own personal interests. But as a former rafter, I can say, and also having moved here from Missoula and understanding the standing wave on the Clark Fork and the attention that brought and the vitality that it brought to that area, having witnessed that, yeah, I'm very encouraged by this project. It's a fantastic idea. There were some great points raised in public comment here about the multiple uses here in this area. And of course, fisheries protection is foremost on my mind, to echo what Mike Bradshaw and Roman Pittman said. So just encourage that the design takes into account that issue as a primary concern, but as well as access. We'll never be in Missoula in that particular area where it's so visible in the middle of downtown. Yet this can be the right location for it, I think, as long as access is taken into account. And of course, there'll be many hands and permits that would be involved with this, including Caltrans for encroachment on the highway, including the idea of needing a trail to move from the downstream end to the upstream end. But I think that it could be the appropriate economic driver, and something as many others have stated is a real attraction in the right direction. So I encourage you to proceed with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other public comment, back to you, Chair.
All right, with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Well, I have a couple questions, I think.
I will go ahead. Who are you asking questions of?
I just wanted to make a few comments.
Comments can wait till after we have a motion. Questions, we can deal with that. All right.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I don't have any questions.
Make your motion.
Oh my gosh. I'll move to approve item 3.1 as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, now you can.
Okay, so Roman Pittman from NOAA was talking about fish migration down there. I really don't think this will hamper out migration or up migration of fish. There's certainly bigger obstacles, Grays Falls, Burton Ranch, Hell Hole perhaps, that are much more a larger obstacle for these fish going up and down. I would be hesitant, one of the speakers today said, to move it up into the JC area. Then you would fall under the purview of TRP, and you will probably be surfing in your bathtub before you surf on the river. So I think the placement of it is good. You're outside the 40-mile scope of the restoration program. I personally, being a whitewater enthusiast, would like to see maybe more than class 1 and 2 water. I'd like to see it be maybe class 4 water up top. So if you think you can do that, you can start here, and if you think you're a 2 or a 1, you can start below that. You don't have to get caught up in that. You know, I think the harder it is, the more on edge. Whitewater people are, I know Dana and David very well, and they're kind of the pinnacle of our rafting community. Whitewater rafters are people who are on the edge. They want, 1 and 2, kind of get you going. 3 and 4 get you really going. So I think you will definitely bring more people here if you had a certain section of the river that was class 3, class 4, and it wouldn't particularly make the people who are class 1 and class 2 go through it. They can just start below it, kind of like they do with ski runs. Some are black diamonds, some are middle class, some are bunny runs. So I would be in favor of even upping the class to 3 or 4, just to get a whole, open it up to a bigger group of whitewater enthusiasts. You'll get some people here for 1s and 2s. You get a whole bunch of people here for 3s and 4s, and I think that would be beneficial. I certainly regard what David and Dana have to say about the river down there. So I'm in favor of this. I think this would be great. The parking thing is kind of an issue, but I think we can get that figured out. I think we sorely need it down there, and I don't think there will be any passage that I know of. We're not blocking up the river. We're not restricting the flows at all. We're not changing water temperature doing this. So I don't think this would fall into anything negative towards juvenile or adult holding water for salmon, steelhead, coho on this river, as far as I know. So my whole thing is just to make it a little bit bigger and badder, and let's go to 4. Let's go to 3s and 4s and have some fun.
Yeah. Quick question, Jeremy. Just because we adopt a budget at one point of the year and then we look at it halfway through the year, and do you know where is there availability of the 35,000 without there being any concern over that? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm fully in support of your project. I think it's fantastic. I just want to know.
Yeah, so a couple things about the funding. One, it's not a flat rate charge up front. They bill hourly. So as the project develops, it would max out at that 35,000. 2, there's potential. We're looking at a grant, because the grant we originally identified is for the project as a whole, which is anywhere from 3 to 6 million to 10 million, depends. But there's some project money just for the initial phase. And so we're looking at some RAC funding potentially to cover this. In the meantime, while we're looking into that option, the ask is for the initial dollars to come from general fund. So I know John Brower had said that it's not costing the county anything. It would cost the general fund some initial money unless the RAC funding is cleared here in the next short time. And then there's also opportunity if the big project as a whole grant is approved, that funding could come back to the general fund and pay back the initial costs of the beginning project.
So you have your fingers on the pulse of the general fund and working.
Yeah, and Richard can comment to that too.
Yeah, and that was my question, Supervisor Brown. And they're not asking for this funding immediately. This would be something that would be probably in next year's budget, so the board could prioritize it and set funding aside at that time. That was my understanding. It's not being asked for this year, right?
The fiscal year? When is the fiscal year?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I have to ask with the engineers what their timing is, but I think they do have plans of accomplishing aspects of the initial report within the next 6 months.
Yeah, so if it's 6 months and then it's a pay for service, it could be budgeted into next year's preparation.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah, well, we'd be able to use this for college credits for Humboldt State, for teaching of rafting or emergency type services as you guys do now. And just some classes Humboldt State offers, and if you pass the class, you do get some college credits. Dana, did you want to say something?
Well, no, it's not us that's aligned with that program.
All right.
Well, my main concern was funding also, because really at this point, we don't know if the project's going to be a go anyway. This is the scoping study to find out if it's even feasible. So if the funding isn't an issue, then I think I would be in support of it. That was my only concern. But if we don't have any further discussion, we do have a motion and a second on the table, and Emma can pull the board.
Seeing no further discussion, motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. It means a lot.
All right. Item 3.2, discuss and or revise the commercial cannabis program transition plan. I don't think that "and" should be in there. I should cut that. It should be, say, just transition plan. No fiscal impact. So,
Who's taking the lead? Richard, are you taking the lead?
it's under Board of Supervisors, so I think it would be you or I. So, I guess I can jump in on this one. At our last cannabis ad hoc meeting, we ran into an issue where, with the transition plan language, where we had discussed in the past, and I'm not even sure how it ended up in the transition plan actually, but language that says all the Appendix C's will be approved by the Planning Commission before, I can't remember the words, Keith, help me out here. It's the compliance determination is issued.
But it's commission or board of supervisors.
Yeah, Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors. And the ad hoc determined we don't think that that is necessary legally or time-wise, and that should be done just by signature of the cannabis director. So, but because the language is in the transition plan, because the Board of Supervisors has heard of the transition plan, we wanted full board support before we changed that language. So, if there are any technical questions from any supervisors.
Let me go a little deeper.
Go ahead.
So there's two things that we're asking for is, and one is the signature authority to leave the chairman's hand and go to the cannabis director's hand. That was written in so that makes all sense. The other issue is, so we have the public vetting side of the Appendix C's and the licensing. So in the transition plan, that public vetting takes place through the Planning Commission and or the Board of Supervisors. What we proposed or proposing to you and believe that should be and is quite appropriate is that we go to the public noticing of these projects. So the director would sign it. There would be public notice. There would be 10 days for the public to appeal that process. And if they appealed, of course, it would go to the commission and then possibly appeal to the board. So the public side of that is taken through this basically director's process, which is a standard planning process. We feel for a couple of reasons that's adequate for the public's noticing. We do understand that we have to make sure that we're getting the information to the public in a timely manner when they want to see the information. And so that's a process that we are working on to make sure that that gets to them timely. But from a aspect of going in front of the Planning Commission, we already have a Planning Commission that probably feels that they're going to be overworked or are overworked with all the other aspects we have. And we have to, if we're doing even Sean's goal of 30 a week, that means we're having to do 30 a week here at the board level, and don't see that as a practical solution, seeing this as a big log jam in my river analogy. So we're asking that transition plan, or that we're noting that we feel the transition plan should have the public noticing in the paper and then signed by the director in the appeal process, and the signature of the director to be changed to Sean. Hopefully I made that clear.
Clear enough. And then one of the other aspects of that, when we were discussing it, it says in the transition plan to be on the Planning Commission consent agenda, which at this point doesn't exist. So just the time involved in trying to create a consent calendar for the planning commission is another log jam that we don't want to have to get through.
There is one other option that we looked at before the planning, and is that, and I'm going to forget the term, you can appoint one commissioner to be the oversight of that. Normally it's the chair. We've looked at that on other subjects before, and I felt that that's not the best option for different reasons. So we highly recommend and ask the commission or the board to go along with this.
Question?
Yeah, I'd like to, there was no backup data that I saw. I'd like to see the text so I feel like I don't really understand. And it probably seems like, how could you not understand? Except you guys have been looking at this for weeks on end, and we have not. So when you describe it, I just feel like I don't have context, or I don't have an understanding.
Yeah, so this, our apologies for not getting these in but this wasn't decided until Thursday night, and this, of course, all seems to be we're always in a rush process. So we're referring into it's going to take me a minute to find
the last paragraph.
It's in the transition plan, which I remind you is not necessarily or it is not a legal binding document for court cases. You know what page it is?
I think it's like the last paragraph of before you get into the footnotes. I don't have one.
Sean or David, do you have any of that on top of your head? Anybody?
The language I'm reading from is section 2.8 of the transition plan, labeled compliance determination. And it reads, once approved by the Planning Commission or Board of Supervisors, a compliance determination will be issued in the form of a memo to file described below. Will be provided to the applicant and DCC for state license. A copy of the compliance determination will also be added to the physical and electronic files of the planning department. The checklist review. Sorry, that's not exactly what we're looking for.
So 2.8 is the point. It is noticed someplace else, but once approved by the Planning Commission or Board of Supervisors is the term, which in itself is not necessarily meaning, especially from the Board of Supervisors, that it had to be a formal vote. But again, these were recommended at the time, and we did not have the cannabis director at that time, and the intent from Dan and our point of view has always been for this to go through that 10-day noticing period.
So the actual change you're asking for is just that the board wouldn't approve it, it's just the cannabis director approves it?
Yeah, and that we clean up the language, because it seems like in the discussions we had in revising and or drafting, whatever you want to say, of the transition plan, that we had basically said that idea was not going to work well anyway, and especially the whole consent agenda thing. So I think that if we can get that language out of the transition plan, it'll relieve some confusion, because it's I don't know how to explain it. It seems to me like the noticing is what's the requirement, and it's just an extra step that doesn't need to be in there.
And what will we be doing? Will we be giving a character assumption of the people who's already got the permit and gone through all this stuff, and they came to us and I said,
no,
it's Bob Jones out there?
We would be accepting the Appendix C, which the...
So the main important is how do you get it in front of the public?
Yeah.
So, you know, you can do that with the planning commission or the board of supervisors, or the noticing, the public noticing, and then it becomes the public's responsibility to appeal if they choose, and that's common practice in planning, and so for streamlining this whole process, it's almost imperative. And if we're worried about people not having the ability to appeal, I mean, that's always something that they can apply to have the appeal waived. We can work on that. Again, the key to this and my pushing for this is that we have a timely fashion for people that are interested to get the information. That's the key to it. Say the neighbors. So in this process, the neighbors within 300 feet get noticed. They have the access to go to the planning department and get the Appendix Cs and that the information that's not redacted on the ordinance side also. And so then if they appeal, it would go to the planning commission.
I don't know, you might have to ask David, and then David might turn you to Sean, but yeah.
So David, if you're comfortable, you know, Kim basically did the writing of this, but then, you know, in her absence, you'd be the most familiar with the why, and I guess the question I would have is if the wheels of time had turned backward and you knew then what you know now, would you have preferred the new wording, or is there a reason why this process has some merit to it as well?
For this item, David Colbeck, DOT. Can you rephrase that last part of your question, please?
Well, there would have been a reason why this wording would have been there to begin with. And so it could either be that this wording has some merit, that there's something on the other side of the conversation to be discussed, or it could be that, well gosh, when we wrote it, you know, we did it with as much foresight as we had. Now we're at this stage of the process, and yeah, if we'd have known then what we know now, we would have written it as, you know, as the amendment suggested to be. I'm just wondering if you could.
I would suggest it's the latter, that at the time the transition plan was being drafted, which yes, you're correct, I was very much part of it back to about this time last year, moving forward through October, with former director Kim Hunter as well. She took a lot of the lead at the drafting toward the end, but it was in collaboration with council. So I would say at that time, we did not even have a framework for a cannabis division director. So for my piece of answering this question, I guess it would be one that if that had existed, then that would be the clearer route forward. I will highlight though, for my relation to the drafting of the transition plan, I'm happy to add my perspective, but for all future questions, of course, Director Connell would be the person to answer.
Okay, thank you.
And I think it's also important to note that this has gone through the legal side that this makes us totally compliant with any agreements that we have and or state law to do it the way we recommend.
Okay. I would just ask in the future, it's uncomfortable to me to do something like this in a moment. So if you had to do it late on a Thursday night, I can appreciate that, but maybe a few extra minutes to throw some things in the backup data just so we can ask those questions ahead of time would be preferred, just as a request.
Logical request. Do better next time.
Fair. Fair.
Do you have any further questions? All right, with that, we can open public comment on item 3.2.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tom Malenko, Douglas City. I'm in favor of this change. I think it's not only appropriate from a CEQA perspective, it's consistent with what our ordinances typically do, and it kind of preserves the Planning Commission's role if there is an appeal. If the Planning Commission is the signatory authority and say it's on a consent agenda and I come up and I want to appeal this one, so I pull it from consent, does that mean that is the appeal right there? Which means I didn't get to have the document preparation that goes into a regular appeal? Or do I expect the Planning Commission to make a decision on the spot and then I appeal to you? This way, we have notice. Somebody wants to file an appeal. They file an appeal. It goes to the Planning Commission. Somebody wants to appeal the Planning Commission. It comes to you. That's how we typically do these things. Also, in this case, it is the director that signs the cannabis licenses per our ordinance. That's the way it's been. So I think it's appropriate for that person to also make the determination. Effectively, CEQA calls these things projects. A project is when someone in government does something. So in this case, the project of issuing a license is according to our ordinance, what the director does when they say, okay, this is an ordinance. That's the government project. So that's what needs the environmental analysis. So it's appropriate for that same person, entity, to make the compliance determination. It's different if it says, hey, this is a CUP, we need an initial study. Then that's a Planning Commission type activity. But in terms of what these are, compliance determinations, that to me seems appropriate to have the director do. Not only do I think that will streamline the process, I also think it's the appropriate approach as far as what our standard procedures already are. I would hope when we do get to appeals that there is some minimal threshold, that there is an actual showing before this does go to the Planning Commission, not just that, we know unfortunately there is still in the community some back and forth. Some people wish that cannabis wasn't anywhere here. But these appeals should require some evidence coming forward of substance. So anyway, I support this change, and I think it will help not just focus for the applicants, but also for the public the way this works. And I think it will be more efficient with the Planning Commission's time. Thank you.
Any other public comment from the room?
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Adrian Keyes from Hayfork. I'm also the President of the Trinity County Agriculture Alliance. When this matter came up, we immediately got back on the phone with our legal counsel of Remy, Moose, and Manley, renowned CEQA attorneys in the state. We gave them all the pertinent information, all the county code and statute, all the state code statute, settlement agreement, had them do an analysis on it. And being that it was Thursday night that we came up on this, we had very little time to do very much of that work ourselves, but our attorneys went through this, and this is how a CEQA document is adopted. There's the hearings that developed the EIR were what were required to be heard by the commission and by the supervisors. The projects underneath them that are compliant with that document are not carrying their own CEQA determination. They're being determined to be compliant with the existing EIR. So I'd actually taken a bunch of notes, but frankly, hearing from Sheriff Saxon about the economic problems at the Sheriff's Department, and, you know, with staff doing everything they can, still not looking at getting everybody through, assuming we get to the full 530 this season. There's a major economic imperative to streamline this process and utilize the environmental impact report, which we paid for through our funds, no money from the county on that, and the Appendix C. Now, each project is required to have site-specific individual discretion, right? So site-specific individual discretion is adequately and met exactly like it should be, but with the use of the Appendix C and showing compliance underneath the EIR. That's the individual site-specific component. Discretion refers to the ability for the public to review the documents and to appeal. That takes place through the noticing and then would end up in front of the Planning Commission and likely ultimately in front of you guys, because whatever determination is made, it will be appealed. And the second component is the ability to condition the permit itself. You must be able to condition a permit. That's the discretionary element. And that comes through our mitigation monitoring reporting plan, which shows another level of CEQA compliance that every single one of these sites has been through individual site-specific environmental determination here. Very clearly. Our attorneys certainly agree. I believe that although we never did get a return call from county council, I believe that is how this is seen, that this is the proper avenue to use. And I would love to see that language stripped out and to make this process more clear, and to see, you know, the few of us who are going to make it into back into our businesses this year, because technically we're kind of out of business right now. That's hundreds and no less than 200.
Thank you, sir.
Any other public comment from the room?
Hi, Steve Lyon, Junction City. I'm going to try and make this fast. 3 minutes is a quick shot here. I think the issue here is that the transition plan is a little ambiguous in different parts. There are some parts that, such as section 1.4 outlines that appeals go to the Planning Commission and non-appeals just go to the chair of the Board of Supervisors. The flow chart in 2.2 doesn't mention the Planning Commission. It's in the footnotes that it actually mentions that, so I think it's appropriate to clean up the transition plan. There's also a section, I believe it's 1.4, that specifically mentions the streamlining of the process and the benefits of the PEIR that's the part that gets passed and all subsequent activities go through. That go through the cannabis director. I would like to ask that somewhere in this we make sure that there's some kind of chain of command should there not be a cannabis director or a planning director. It seems like a ton of staff turnover in the past 3 or 4 years. If the cannabis director is not able to make that decision, who's the next in line and who's the next in lines, and some kind of clear chain so that if someone's out or someone resigns or whatever happens, that the process can still keep moving forward. So I encourage making these changes to the plan to make it all consistent and clear and remove the ambiguity. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the room?
Is it afternoon? Good afternoon, Chair, board members. Just to echo the previous speakers' Lisa Wright. Just to echo the previous speakers' comments, I'm all in favor of making this change. I mean, the transition plan was a document to guide the administration. It's not codified, it's not an ordinance, and I think it was intended to be something that would be updated. I think at this point now, when you have more staff, that you should rightly update that and let that flow through the planning director or their designee, I believe is the way that the code reads. And in this case, we have a cannabis director. So I urge you to make that change so that we can continue with the process. I think that, you know, Trinity County Code is also clear regarding when the Planning Commission takes action on CEQA determination, and that's with initial studies, EIRs, and index, etc. So I agree with Mr. Belenko on that point as well. So please do make this change. Expediting is incredibly important to this industry right now. A sense of urgency, we need to feel it. We aren't feeling it the same way that it's coming on us, right? So when I come to you and talk, I'm coming with 200 plus people who look to me to help with these changes and help with making things go smoothly. So please make this change. I understand that the technicalities sometimes get lost or not presented, but I think the overall importance of backing this program, not only for the 300 plus small businesses, but also for the community as a whole and the important tax stream that could potentially come into the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Brower from Junction City. I agree with the previous callers, and originally when the transition plan was passed, this clause was the muddiness that we were describing at that time that we were hoping to clean up then. But the new director of cannabis has done a really good job of getting in deep into these documents. He's done a good job of familiarizing himself with the ordinance and the EIR and especially the settlement agreement and the injunction and now the transition plan. And I think this one paragraph is the logjam of the moment, and I think it's great that was identified as a muddy issue within this transition plans. This is a good opportunity to clean it up. A couple other small things in the transition plan, but this is the main muddiness that we were discussing at that time. So just to quote a paragraph out of the legal guidance we got from Manley, Nielsen, and Martin is, in short, we are not aware of anything in CEQA or the county code that would require the Planning Commission or Board of Supervisors to accept or otherwise ratify the planning director's compliance determinations. The county code already allows for appeals. We also believe that imposing this additional step could potentially bog down the processing of applications when the program was specifically designed to create a streamlined and efficient process. So I'm glad this is on the agenda today, and in support of the adjustments that the ad hoc are recommending. Thank you.
Any other comments from the room?
Matt Hawkins, Weaverville. I'd just like to echo what everybody else has said here. We need this program streamlined. We're all hanging on by a thread here, and the longer this drags out, the less chance we have. I don't know of any farmer that's able to take a year off this year, so anything we can do to get these things through and streamlined would be excellent for everybody. Thanks.
Any other comments from the room? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom. Veronica Kelly Albies.
Good afternoon, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I support finding ways to streamline this process for the cannabis division, but I have some concerns regarding the process that is being suggested falling on public notice. Without an updated general plan, as much public input as anything can get is important. But more importantly, our noticing system is broken and has been for many years. A great example is that the notice for the retail ordinance that's happening with the Planning Commission this Thursday. Trinity Journal and posted at the library, it says written comments are due by March 30th. The staff report and document did not come out until April 1st. So you've already missed that window. And I anticipate the same thing is going to happen with the opt-out ordinance that's going to be presented, because those comments are due on the 7th, and to date there's nothing on the website for anybody to review and give comment on. It's sort of, there's just not enough staff. They are overworked, they are working hard. Maybe until that department is better staffed and has a better streamlined process for making sure notifications are done in a timely and common sense way of making sure that if it's in the paper and it says you can go get these documents so that you can write your comments, those documents are available. Everybody is working on a shoestring right now and hanging on by a thread because they're just getting things in as quickly as they can, and beyond the wire, unfortunately. So that's my concern, is if you're going to look at doing that, is it really going to be public notice? You know, I don't want to have to go spend $500 because you guys put the written notice, you know, 2 days before any of the information comes out. I know I can come before you, but it doesn't give anybody, whether myself or anybody in the cannabis industry or not in the industry, the time that they need to put together proper input so that we don't have to go to an appeal process and that the appropriate things are being brought to light ahead of time and dealt with. So that is just my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dana Scott?
Hello, good afternoon, board chair. I'm Dana Hauser Scott from Hayfork. I am a member and a board member of Trinity County Agriculture Alliance. I wanted to add to Adrian Keyes' comments, that we represent hundreds of farmers and many, like about 100 more supporters of our program. And I also want to add a piece from, as the Hayfork Chamber of Commerce president, our board supports an ethical, sustainable program in our county that's functional, and that so we can see licensed cultivators in our community. It's one of the biggest economic resources in our valley, and this process does need to be streamlined. Thank you very much. I with the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Patrick Kahn?
Hey, board and distinguished members of the board. I'm still having trouble getting clarification on the transition plan as it relates to CUPs or MNDs being applied to Appendix C. So I'm hoping that the board could recognize that in some way, discuss that with the new director. I'm in support of these changes, and I'm in support of any changes that streamline and help keep all of the small businesses and farmers operational. And that's what's happening right now. And so I would just ask that you direct yourself somewhat at the projects that you can actually achieve. And I think that's a huge aspect of getting this new program going. And I feel like my project, for example, is achievable, and there is an MND, it is in public review. I don't have any guidance from anyone, and I've been trying for months to figure out how to apply that to an Appendix C. I've also asked for inspections, but there isn't, I don't fall into the guidelines with the people, the third parties that you've hired, because all my environmental stuff was done through SHN. So it's sort of just hanging there in limbo. You could come and inspect, you can apply the MND for the expansion that's in public review, and you could be working on projects like this and others that could get done and help streamline and open up the process for other people. So if there could be any clarification, whether it's publicly to my comment or between you guys, that how to get this going and how to apply this, it would really help me and many others break this log jam. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rhoda Kane?
Hi, this is Rhoda Kane from Trinity Center. I just would like to echo Adrian, what the other speakers were saying, that I would like to see this approved. We have an EIR, we have an ordinance, we have an appeals process, we have a director, consultants, inspectors, all of these people collecting salaries. It just seems like an unnecessary burden to bog down the supervisors or positions with this. And the whole time we're losing time, every other project in the county that has nothing to do with cannabis is being delayed. You know, I feel like it's just super important to get things moving and not bog down the entire county with these types of things. And then just like to remind people that the failure of the program leads to renewing it.
I think we lost her.
Rhoda, are you still there?
Can you not hear me?
We heard the first part. It kind of trailed off at the end. Could you just repeat the last part, please?
Oh, I was just saying that all of the other projects in the county could be delayed, that it was just, you know, like, the cannabis isn't the only thing that would be affected by this having to go through all of these processes, every, you know, to the commission and the supervisors every time that, you know, like every project in the county is suffered by being backlogged, by this unnecessary burden. And then I just like to remind people that, you know, the failure of the regulated market leads to a flourishing black market. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Jeff.
Hi, I'd like to echo what Adrian, John, and Dana said. I'm in support of this change to the transition plan. There was no cannabis planning director when it was written up, and now that there is, this is a large reason why we have one, so that he can sign off on these things and we can get this show on the road. Anything other than changing the transition plan to this is just another obstacle and obstruction. I'd also like to echo what Patrick said about some type of guidance for the people waiting on CUPs. You know, those CUP applications are a more robust environmental document than the Appendix C is, and we've been waiting multiple years to get those MNDs from the consultants. It's been a task just to get any type of information at all from planning. It's like they're radio silent on the whole subject. I don't know why. I'd like to know why. I'd like a timeline on why I have to wait additional time and why these CUPs have been forgotten. It seems like when it's a more robust CEQA document than even the Appendix C is, and the county's had them for multiple years. I'd like, they should appease the Appendix C so that we can at least begin our current 10K grows.
Jeff, I think we're kind of getting off the topic that's on the agenda with the CUP discussion.
Well, anyways, I'm echoing what Patrick said. I'm echoing what John, Adrian, and Dana said. Please approve this change to the plan. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I get your whole name for the record, please?
Jeff
Jeff Goodell, Xenia.
Thank you. Tyler?
Yeah, hi, Tyler Thompson from Burnt Ranch, and I also just wanted to advocate for making this change to the transition plan. At this point, it seems beneficial for somebody who also has projects that did not go before the Planning Commission for some amount of time outside of cannabis. It would just seem anything but obstructionary within the cannabis program to impede progress, to not approve this change, and also be just detrimental to the county as a whole, as far as the backlog outside of cannabis goes. So I just hope that the board can realize that this is still a very viable process to make sure that all rules and regulations and CEQA determinations are being followed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deidre?
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. Thanks for bringing this up. I do support the proposed language change to the transition plan. I think if each approval is required to go to a hearing, it seems unlikely that anyone will get a license this year. planning commission meetings are already extremely full and backlogged. Veronica's correct, there isn't enough staff, and if we bring these approvals to a hearing, then that's going to further exacerbate the problem. And I don't see how that's helpful to the program and to the community to do that. I think we need to put our faith into the consultants who are going through these. We have the approved EIR. We have a lot of consultants who are familiar with this process. They've done it in other counties. And I think we need to put our faith in them and let them do what they were hired to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, I have no other raised hands and no new chats. Turn it back over to you.
There, I saw Lori Wills was on there at one point.
It must have been lowered.
Okay.
I don't keep a running list, I just call them as they are.
Okay.
All right. With that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
For discussion?
For a motion?
I'll move to approve 3.2, but represent.
There's nothing on there.
Oh.
All it says is discuss and or change it, so I think your motion's gonna have to say what you're changing.
Yeah, so there's a couple issues here. One is that we were told that really direction is all we needed from the board.
Well, and this does say or revise the transition plan, that's part of the action, so I think they're looking for directions to whether or not they revise it, since it's not a binding document at this point.
So,
in other words, if you're giving direction for them to revise the transition plan,
So you need to be specific about the revising, or you don't?
I think you need to be somewhat specific what you're revising that we're talking about today, so.
Well, again, the two issues I'll make a stab at. I move that we give direction to allow the noticing process to approval. I don't know, do we have a specific name? What's a better name for that? The noticing, the 10-day noticing process.
That you discussed. So yes, I think if you're moving to approve that the transition plan be changed to include the 10-day public noticing process as discussed.
Okay.
Instead of it going through the planning commission and the board at the outset.
What she said.
With approval by the director
And well, I'll get to that too. Okay. And in part two is that the director has the signing authority in the transition.
Could I add something to that? The planning director is Keith?
The amendment to the motion, if you would like to add to it.
I would like to add to the motion that the planning director is not available, say he's sick or quits, or who is the next person? Would it be Dan to sign? So we don't have.
Well, at this point, you would have the chain, and we're discussing in the middle of a motion, but I don't know.
This would be important to know that something.
So the chain is that you have the cannabis director, and then you have the planning director. So those
or designee.
Or designee.
Planning director or designee.
That's fine, as long as we have that.
All right, so I'll add in there, which I'm making this very confusing. This is why we do this beforehand, right?
Yeah, that would be.
Can I ask for clarification, or are you going to repeat it now?
I'm going to try to repeat it
perfect.
again, which
That's
I'll
good.
probably slobber way through it again.
That helps, thank you.
Also, this was just handed to me, but it's the transition plan, and there's a paragraph referenced on the PC oversight function. Is this the one that you're rewording, or are you adding a separate?
It's the 2.8, which we are rewording.
That's in the footnotes.
The 2.8 is?
No, that you're looking at from the footnotes, so that's just footnotes.
Oh.
So, but we're going to give direction for them to make the appropriate changes in different spots. So that's the direction.
So to make those changes throughout the transition plan,
Yes.
consistent with the discussion about the 10-day notice plan?
Yeah.
Yes. But back to the authority to the cannabis director and/or designee set forth by the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, I have one question to make sure I'm completely clear in the minutes. The building and planning director or the cannabis division director?
Cannabis division director is.
Okay,
what
thank
we're
you.
referring to.
I want to make sure I get the right
No,
director.
I probably said planning at some point. So, and/or an appointed designee of the Board of Supervisors, by the Board of Supervisors.
Keith, do you want that read back, or do we just go ahead and second?
Well, you second, then it gets read back.
I will second it. I will second that.
As I have it, the direction is to allow for revisions in the transition plan, updating as per the conversation today regarding the 10-day public noticing process and the cannabis division director's signature authority.
I think it needs to be more specific than that. I think we're getting direction to change the transition plan to add in the 10-day public notice process in lieu of it going to the Planning Commission or Board of Supervisors. And to give the cannabis director or their designee as appointed by the board signatory power with regard to that. And that's also in lieu of coming to the Board of Supervisors. I lost that part.
No.
That's just, okay, just
No, it's just weird.
No. Do you want to amend your motion to what she said?
Yes. And then we'll have,
And
yeah, go ahead.
do you want to amend your second?
I will amend my second.
And I'll wait for her to.
You should have typed that.
Okay. What I have now is direction to change the transition plan to include the 10-day public noticing process in lieu of bringing items to the Planning Commission or Board, and giving the cannabis division director and/or their designee signature authority on these documents.
Designee as approved by the board.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I had stated.
Okay.
That's one thing I did state correctly.
Yes. All right, so we have a motion that everybody agrees on. Any further discussion?
No, I have one comment though.
Okay.
Director Connell, when I asked my question of Director Colbeck, I did not mean to sidestep you in any way. And I hope that you did not take it as, it was all to do with the writing of the document, not to do with your position, and I regard you.
No, I captured that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Any further discussion?
I have a question for County Council. So does the footnote paragraph,
I don't have it in front of me, I'm afraid. Yeah.
May I approach the stand?
We're giving direction to change where it was necessary.
So it will get looked at.
Yes, it should get looked at.
Okay, so
Right.
Currently, we just say the transition plan.
That's the whole thing. They should make the changes throughout. Right. Any further questions, comments, discussions?
Just clarifying that the footnote is not legally binding.
Right, this document's not legally binding.
None of it's legally binding.
Okay, that's just a clarification, legal, publicly on the record.
Okay, perfect. All right, so are we ready to vote? I think we are. Emma?
Seeing no further discussion, the motion, I'm going to read it one more time, is to give direction to change the transition plan to include the 10-day public noticing process in lieu of the Planning Commission or Board of Supervisors process, and giving the Cannabis Division Director and/or their designee, as approved by the board, signature authority. This motion was made by Supervisor Groves and seconded by Supervisor Kogan. Supervisor Kogan, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board, for putting up with how we have to do that.
All right. County Administrative Office, item 3.3, discuss. Okay, we have a request for short recess. We can do that, I think, and we will reconvene at 12:45. I got the short. And I got the word right that time. And Margaret wasn't even here.
Yeah, exactly. That's nice to see. Good, Arthur, how are you? Oh, yeah, that's, seems to be going right.
Oh, my back is stiff now.
Pardon me.
Yeah, it's like, Jeremy, smoking in the parking lot. Well, I got Lisa to come back when I beat on the table. Well, really, wasn't what I was looking for.
You'll note it says my only water bottle, so I'm coming back for it.
And then, I guess we don't want to set new priorities or something.
Go ahead, here it comes, I'll be last.
Not quite.
Liam rubbing off on you guys, he's a bad influence.
Hey now.
No, I figured as long as I come to him, I'm okay.
Jump right in there.
Not be faster than Barry, except we're faster.
All right, what are we waiting on? Oh, Jeremy.
I heard you out there.
Okay. Are we live? County Administrative Office, item 3.3, discuss and/or revise the board's priorities for Trinity County.
All right, thank you, Jim Frazier, members of the board. I thought this was going to be a short meeting, so trying to make this one short. This is really, what I put on was more of a jumping off point, not to engage in deep discussion today, but a jumping off point for the board to go back, discuss with their constituents, and we can bring back forward and have a public discussion as to what the county priorities are. Because, as I've said over and over again right now, the only priority that has been truly directed, and it was when I first got here, was cannabis. Now I went ahead and added the general plan as a second priority. The problem is those two are going to start interfering with one another real shortly, because we're going to take up a lot of time with the planning commission and actually the planning staff once we get into the general plan. So what I was hoping for was just kind of a jumping off point for the board, because with the new administration coming, it'd be nice for that administration to have at least 3 points of reference to kind of filter all decisions through that are directed from the board of supervisors, and it could possibly be specific as opposed to economic development. That's a pretty broad statement, because cannabis is economic development, but what part of economic development do we want to focus on? Retail, or do we want to focus on, such as this project Jeremy brought forward for economic development? Do we need more hotels in the area? Do we need to work with our utilities and start working towards identifying property and studying out utilities to potential properties? So these are the type of things I was hoping really just to kind of present to the board, ask the board to start mulling this over. We can set another date to come back and have more of a public forum. But I really wanted to encourage the board to look at this, because priorities are going to be a bit different than our strategic plan, which we're working on, and that will be completed hopefully in the next couple of months. But that's more mission statements and things of that nature. But this is actually specifics of what do you want the next administration to focus on, and then they can kind of filter all their decisions based through these priorities. So that's all I have to say really, and I'm open for discussion or direction to get this moving.
Any questions of Dr. Coons before I open up public comment on this item?
So Richard, we do got a few things, working right now. We got the transportation. We have back with Jim from Southern California on the strategy, the strategic plan. Then we have Libby from the county planning, we'll say. Should we wait a bit to see what our constituents who have put in 150 plus comments so far to Libby on what their want is? And I guess all of us up here work for our constituents, so I would like to know the results of what the 150 to 200 suggestions that she got back from the public. I think it's 150. Jill, you were there. Is it 150 or more?
You're right in that ballpark.
And I think that's going to be pretty fruitful. So I would almost want to wait to hear what my constituents have to say, since one of the meetings was in Hayfork, one was in Trinity, one was in Weaverville here. That's just my 2 cents.
I'm not familiar with Libby, so.
She works for, what was it called, Atlas Company? Yeah, it was called Atlas Company. She had 2 meetings here that were for, what do we want first, the chicken or the egg? Do we want housing or employment? Do we want broadband or housing? How do we get, where do we start?
This is the placemaking
Yeah.
grant, Richard, that Susie had gotten for us and procured this company to come in and help us with that.
Supervisor Cox, would you like me to chime in? This is Susie.
That would be great.
Okay, thank you. So Libby Cummings is from a company called Atlas Community Studios. Her firm was secured through a rural business development grant to conduct the placemaking process, which includes the visioning sessions that Supervisors Gogan and Cox attended and was published in the paper for participation by the public. And I would say that her placemaking process is quite detailed about the community, and really what her goal is rural business development, but realizing that a lot of things go into the pot to make rural business development happen, and that's quality of life and addressing some of our community needs. So that's what the placemaking playbook is about. I don't anticipate that being ready till sometime over the summer, so I don't think it would behoove us to wait till that's done. I think that placemaking playbook should support our strategic priorities of the county, and they play off of one another for a comprehensive look at what we strategically can do for the county.
I agree. If that's the time frame, I agree.
Well, yeah. I do have a question, Richard. Are you hoping that we can come up with some ideas to start batting around at a public, like a discussion by our next board meeting or the first board meeting in May? What kind of timeline do you?
Well, that will really be set by this board, because again, the priorities will be set by the board and then have to be done by the next administration. So I'm just, you've asked me to kind of look forward towards transition to the next administration. I'm just trying to make their life a little simpler. As you come in, you start with the stuff that you know first, and then you start working out. So having some guidelines for that administration, so they can say, okay, we know that these three things are what I need to filter all my decisions through, or I need to filter my recommendations to the board through, would really be a benefit. So the time frame is, there is still time, as I'm not sure, what the hiring process is or when that person will come on. But I do think it's good to start soliciting input from the community, each board member in their district, because each district's going to have different needs and different wants. So I think it's just a good time, and then then bring it back to a public forum if you want to incorporate some of this information. But it goes beyond just economic development. We just heard the sheriff today saying that he's having a very difficult time recruiting and retaining. So is transferring funds to the sheriff's department a priority? And if we're doing that, then where are they coming from? What are we not doing? Because a lot of the decision-making process isn't what you are doing, it's what you can't do. So that administration needs to understand that what you can't do is just as important. And when it can filter through priorities, it makes that decision-making much simpler.
And so Richard, I had sent you and also Chair Frazier the thought process that I've been through since Friday, and some of this contains some what, which I know you said we're not going to really do as much necessarily of the what right now, but maybe more of the how. That I think, is that what you're saying? That we would maybe delve into that a little bit, and then like, your comment in reply to the email, I felt like you had some really pertinent things that we should hear from you that would make the next person's tenure in your seat maybe more efficient and streamlined and avoiding some difficulties maybe that you experienced? So are you looking for?
Yeah, the outline that you laid out, and I told you it was done very, very well. I appreciate it, and it was very well done for the administration portion, working within the county structure, and how things will look, and what you'll expect of the CEO, what you expect of the department heads, and of the board. So I think that's kind of a really good outline. But what I'm looking for right now is just that open to begin the dialogue, where the board can start receiving input and really narrow it down, because it is difficult when you don't have a focus and you have all these outside entities that want their priority first, but your direction is singular. So I don't know if I'm explaining myself well, but you just kind of have to filter everything through the board's direction. And I do hear quite often that it's cannabis, it's cannabis, it's cannabis. And the truth is, it's cannabis, it's cannabis, it's cannabis. We have never pulled any resources from cannabis to go to another department. We pulled a lot of resources from another department to go to cannabis. However, if we decide that roads are now number 2, then we need to avoid pulling any resources from the road department, DOT, to go to cannabis, because those two priorities now conflict. So how do we work around that? So it's kind of, hopefully I'm explaining myself, but that's kind of what I'm looking at. And again, this is the creation of it, so the board really take the direction from the board, because it'll be your direction to that administration as to how you want them to filter and where you want them to put the bulk of their efforts.
Do you have questions for Richard, or?
Do you want to hear about the infrastructure bill in this, or is that for something else?
Again, I don't want to lead this conversation. I want to be part of it, because it's really what the 5 of you, as you represent your community, feel is what's important to move forward. Because right now, sometimes it does feel like I'm just throwing darts at the wall, and that's what I do today. Where I'm really trying to kind of, and maybe again I'm not explaining myself, but I'm trying to kind of get a focus as to what are the prime efforts that the administration needs to be working on, because you can be pulled in so many different directions, and it's a matter of allocating resources. And what we end up doing, or I end up doing, is spreading the resources so thin we're getting very little done, instead of maintaining the resources where the direction has been given.
Well,
This seems huge. I don't understand the process.
Well, I think right now we can open up public comment on this item, and then we can jump into some discussion after that.
Thank you, Supervisors. Joe Garland, Junction City. Yeah, in lieu of cannabis sucking all the oxygen out of the room for years and years now, all the more reason to get it right. It is the priority. It is the economic driver of our communities, most of them. So it does seem steps have been made, bringing on a new director and such, but he's going to need a lot of help. It's a huge job that he's been tasked with the over-regulation of this cannabis thing. He's got a huge project list in front of him, and some help, some good help, but he's going to need an awful lot more. So I see cannabis continuing to be the top priority until we really make some progress here. And today the program has more guidance with the ad hoc committee and the transition plan, an EIR. However, we still don't have even one Appendix C approved. So unfortunately for all of us, cannabis remains the top priority. Ancillary to that and concurrently with that, we have these multi-month long unstoppable wildfire events that seem to be the new reality, whether we want it or not. And I think the it behooves the county to start putting more energy into coming up with new ways of managing these wildfire seasons. It is a new reality, and the old ways of thinking and managing these just don't apply anymore. We've got vast areas in the county that are having evacuations that last weeks and weeks and weeks, and that is a huge impact, not just to the environment and wildlife, but really the people of our county are tremendously impacted by this. And I'd say, that along with the water questions are probably the top three priorities in my eyes: in cannabis, water, and wildfire management, and during these events, in addition to the dealing with the National Forest and BLM and on the fuel loads. So that's my input. I'd say 1, 2, 3: cannabis, water, wildfire. Good luck. Good job.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Tom Malenko, Douglas City. Yes, so cannabis has been the great consumer, but if the thresholds that were laid out earlier this morning about we can get through 500 inspections by August, that's, for years we spent, what are we going to do about CEQA? If we're actually getting through it in August, we have CEQA in the back window. That doesn't mean for changes there's going to be stuff, but the huge speed bump impediment will be on the other side. So let's see about what we can do with other resources. I certainly think the general plan has got to be paramount. It's still the long-suffering planning department is the primary driver on that, but it serves so much. It touches everything. That's why they call it the general plan. So I really think we should focus heavily on that. I wish wildfires weren't such a requirement for our focus, but they are. And in that terms, it's not just fighting, it's community responses, it's preparation. I love the ideas about fuels reduction. I don't know how much the board can actually do to that, but whether we want that as a priority or not, it is a priority. And the same, water allocation, again, is largely out of our hands, but it is a factor we're dealing with, and that dovetails into wildfire. So I think, yeah, we have to complete cannabis, but I do actually believe that we will be done with that this year, for better or for worse. Cannabis will be largely reduced. In that case, let's dig into the general plan and really define our priorities through that process. In the meantime, wildfire's here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adrian Keys from Hayfork. I agree completely with both the previous commenters, and I think, and particularly in my area of the county in Hayfork, home improvement, home ownership, there are a lot of programs out there. They're generally targeted towards senior citizens, so I don't know if there are any that target the general public, but fixing houses up to where they're more sustainable for their energy use, maybe some Proposition 1 grants for water storage, so people who do have shallow wells that run out, and historically Hayfork has had pretty poor wells in the valley floor. The drought's exacerbating that for sure. Housing, it really rings a bell to me, and that's kind of maybe behind those other issues. Certainly fire has a lot to do with it, and water availability. But for our community, my community, to stay on its feet and attract people that would want to live there full-time, particularly in the economic plight that we're going through right now, the housing stock just really needs to be improved somehow, whether that's home improvement grants, home ownership grants or loans or whatnot. That's one of the main issues I see in my part of the county. Thank you.
Any other? Oh, sorry.
I'm Nick Wild from Salyer, and something that I really notice is in a grander scale, we're in a place that probably can support a bit larger population if it's done thoughtfully, and we see refugees all the time now. Climate refugees, economic, from the wildfires out in Chico, there's just, people are coming all over the place. If we can set up a creative situation with the housing, I think the housing is a huge part of that, and also the water usage distribution, getting creative around codes with wastewater and black water and things like that, allowing for composting toilets, allowing the permitting process to be more streamlined in different thoughtful construction techniques that are totally resistant to wildfire, right? But maybe don't fit the classic codes. Having more families being able to be on a parcel so that we can support thoughtful development and population growth. I think that's a huge piece of moving forward into this changing world right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the room? Seeing none. I have no raised hands. Oh, that's a lie. Tyler?
Hello again, Tyler Thompson, Burnt Ranch, and I just wanted to encourage there to be future discussion on this, as I believe Dan had brought up originally, or Richard had brought up originally, just to not end it at this particular meeting. I know it was being late in the day, and I'm sure everybody will have lots more to add in the future. So to just keep the forum open for it, and hopefully as maybe cannabis does start to go into the rear view a little bit, a lot of the other things that are necessary looking forward in the future can get some attention. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Dana Scott?
Hi, again, Dana Hauser-Scott from Hayfork. Something that's, I agree with the comments previously about housing, fire, dealing. Those are obviously priorities. Something stood out that Kuhn said that is upsetting to me. He said that resources are being taken from other departments the cannabis is taking resources from other departments. Resources, I believe he means man hours and people versus dollars. I know he's a very smart man, and I know he can choose his words wisely. The cannabis department funds itself through its fees and has afforded the county to buy and it's got a lot of for code enforcement. The sheriff explained that at a meeting. The issue with hiring and retaining officers is inter-department dynamic and housing issues, and why, like, if there's not anything else going depressed and impoverished, which it is, getting through this hurdle into effective licensing program is key to our success economically, this internal side and move forward. I'm proud of the Valley for figuring it out. There's no fight against legal cannabis here. We fight against black market, but that's a separate issue. But again, clarifying the words, resources, people, here, dollars, it's not, friends, and it's offensive. Thank you.
I have no other raised hands and no new chats.
All right. With that, we will close public comment and bring it back for further discussion.
Yeah, so Supervisor Cox is right that this is a daunting task. What I would suggest is that we take this basically department by department and look at, so public safety, what's the number one issue that we have in public safety? What's the number two? And, you know, planning, of course, I will fight to the end of that. The general plan needs to be a very high priority. But that way, if we break this down into segments, and then we can take those 20 priorities that we have. I mean, how do you say what's more important? General plan, somebody's house burning down, or some person not being able to eat? I mean, these are all have equal life and death issues to them. So if we break that down in that sort of format, and this is just process I'm talking about, we then can say, okay, here's the top 20 that we have, and how do those mesh together? But obviously, we can't just pick one and say abandon everything else. So that's my suggestion. If Richard or whoever came and said, you know, here's the departments, and here's some of their priorities within those departments, that gives us a starting place.
I think that would be a logical way to begin. I do think it would be good, though, if we could bring it down to a few priorities. I've discussed this with Richard before, too, like to give direction to a new incoming CAO so that all these conflicting things, it's like, I get to filter it through these, how do I benefit these three things? And I think we can do that. I do think that, I don't want to just keep pushing it off, but I think it would be good to go through it like by each department, and then also I think each one of us should get public input. This is something that we should go back to our constituents and say, hey, what do you guys think? At a more local level than just at the Board of Supervisors meeting, and come up with something, because this would, it could be a long-standing priorities list, and I know we haven't set a priorities list with this board, and three of us are brand new. So I think it needs to be a thoughtful thing, but we do need to do it, and do it fairly quickly.
Can I jump in real quick? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe I just didn't describe what I'm looking for here more is a process and a timeline, because kind of what I'm getting at is for the first time in Trinity's history, we will have some discretionary funds coming in. We will have a cannabis tax that starts collecting, and what that ends up being, I don't know, but I do agree with the vote speaker that, you know, cannabis, the big issues we have in cannabis will be behind us next year. We will be through the CEQA issue. We will be issuing license to cultivators who will be, I think, doing very well, and we will start collecting the cannabis tax. When that is, and that's purely discretionary. That's for the board to decide where that funding goes. And I can tell you, you're going to get lots of asks for that, and it's going to come through the administration. If they know where the board would like discretionary funds to go, it'd make it so much easier, because as soon as we start getting the cannabis tax, you'll get every organization saying that they should have an opportunity to get that tax. So sometimes having money is a bigger problem than not having money. So with that coming in, it will be discretionary. It will be what the board decides to do with it. So just some priorities to filter that through would be very helpful for the next administration.
So then we'd be talking about, we need to look at, if we accept my premise, that each general fund department would have to be looked at if you're just talking about priorities of discretionary.
Well, they're going to be looking for some of that discretionary too, because again, as you sit through, we're always $4.5, $5 million oversubscribed, and so if we get $3 million in cannabis tax, does that go straight back into the general fund departments, and now we only have a $2 million oversubscribed, Or do we continue with the budgeting we've been doing and take it down to the bare bones and allow for the county to utilize this new funding to do things we haven't had an opportunity to do in the past? So these are the type of questions that need to be pondered and thought about.
So for clarity, Richard, you really are talking about just money.
Yes, where the money goes. That's my job. Where does the money go and where can it go?
So I just would like to throw out that I would like to see the agendas for future discussion that we talk about more than money. If that's what's agendized for today and this is your priority, that's great. And I think that Supervisor Grove's idea, how do we eat this elephant is a good one. But I think that there's a lot more to talk about than just money.
And, well,
But as I always say, I can solve every problem with money. So I'm not trying to be shallow, but that's what our job is to be stewards of government funds. So a lot of our decisions are always going to be based back on how do we spend that money? Did we spend it wisely? Did we get anything in return for that money? So we are stewards of government funds, and our priorities are based on how we distribute those funds.
And good afternoon, this is Susie. May I chime in for a moment? Is this an appropriate time? Susie Cockums.
I guess so. That's kind of.
If it's not appropriate, I can wait.
Well, if we close public comment, we're back at board, so.
Thank you.
So Keith brought up, what each of our constituents would like. Would it be something similar to having a town hall meeting in all of our?
That would probably be up to you, I would think, but.
Well, at least if we all had one and we said, hey, what do you guys think of the top 5 things? And it turned out that all of our districts said fire. Well, we know where to place fire. Or maybe all of us said cannabis or some said water. But at least we know how to categorize generally what the 5 districts in Trinity County prioritize as their number 1, number 2, number 3 priority.
I will say, and maybe this is just my skewed view of being here a long time, is that people will give you their priorities until the priority changes. It's fire until the dump's full, and then it's the dump until the fire comes. So, I mean, your constituents. How you do that is up to you. If you go out and ask the top 20 things, kind of everybody's going to go out and check the same boxes. But again, it's up to you how you want to interact with your constituents.
I think there's something to that, but I also think being at the placeholding meeting with Libby and the transportation thing with Jeff, there were some things that came out of that were very high on the list that I wouldn't have thought for Hayfork were high on the list. So I think that for my constituents, I would go to my constituents and ask them. And it may change, like you say, right now it's fire, maybe it's cannabis, maybe it's water, maybe it's all of the above. But for me, to not take in the input from my constituents in Douglas City and Hayfork, I don't think I would be representing them correctly.
And
I'm not saying that,
right.
I'm just saying that if you put a room of 50 people out of your 3,000, that the priorities, it's kind of the priorities of the week. And this, I think, was what Richard's trying to get at. We can't, and I've done this in the past. It's like I come in one week and say, God, Richard, you got to fix this, and the next week, now here's the new thing for you to fix. I mean,
yeah.
It's easy just to go and kind of hop around. So, no, I think it's, well, your point is extremely important to get your constituents to.
So, my thought on this is that we need to go and actually take the time to come up with a list of priorities individually, and then we need to
re-agendize this to have the discussion and the argument up here on the dais to determine what ones of those priorities are the priorities to set for a new administration. Because I can almost guarantee that my top 3 priorities won't be the same as Jill's top 3 priorities, because we don't have the same issues in our district and the same with any others. So I think that if we set our own priorities, agendize this, and then come back to have the argument, we'll be better off.
I think it's going to be important to not only ask our constituents, but I think we should hear from every department head. The department heads are the ones that know what their corner of all of this really intricate, interwoven system needs, and it could be that, you know, we hear from general fund departments and that is addressing, okay, what are we going to do with, you know, extra dollars that we need to decide about. But what about those departments that, you know, maybe they're not a general fund, but they've got some really important things coming up in the future that they're going to need some board support and some help with. I think that to sidestep them, it is really a gross mistake. So incorporating them in some way that they each get time to really talk about. You know, from those that have been here for a long time, you know, you take Health and Human Services, we have a director that was succession planned into that experience, and of course is doing a great job. That perspective might be very different than our very newest department head, who's going to have some fresh eyes and some things that we really need to hear, and everywhere in between. But, you know, again, if this isn't the scope of what Richard put this particular item on the agenda for, then I would really like to add another agenda item or broaden the scope of this discussion to say that what we do is really important, but how we go about doing it. Understanding what each of our lanes are. As board members, this is what your priority, or not so much priorities, this is your lane. How to stay in your lane and make that really supportive. CAO that's coming in, this is how we want to empower you. Richard, in what ways did you not feel empowered? How can we fix that for the next person? And then department heads, you know, what kinds of things have you been bumping into invisible walls on repeatedly that make your job not streamlined, that make you not as efficient as you'd love to be, and maybe overall make you feel a little depressed about coming to work every day? How can we remove those things so that we've got this really well-oiled machine that moves down the track with efficiency, and that we all do our jobs with joy? Then we can talk about, here's what we want to go do, and how fun would that be? It was really fun to hear people from all sides talk about a water feature in the river that everybody could get excited about. So I think there's all kinds of the what's out there that we can go do, but until we solve how and the clarity of our lanes, I think we're just asking the next, I think we just can really benefit by having that discussion before Richard goes.
I think that that probably is a different agenda item, and we'll work on that. I think that is also it's an important discussion to have of how we can get the most out of what we have. Besides just the money part, it's the human resources side, it's the whatever you want to call it, with how we can improve morale at the county, all that stuff that's a different discussion. And I do understand where Richard's coming from. This is nuts and bolts. Where does the money go? We can also determine that, concurrently. So, we can work on that. We'll get another agenda item, and as soon as we can get it together, I think that's my discussion to have also. So,
I brought 2 things for the board to think about in the past month, and we haven't, you know, put those in a box someplace. But in this process, you know, I brought forward that this board has to set a priority on what it sees cannabis looking like.
Yeah.
And if that's big cannabis, little cannabis, medium cannabis, whatever, we need to set that priority, because at this point it's still 3 or 4 year old vision of small cannabis grows, and maybe that's great, maybe that's where we stay. And secondly, you know, I brought up the dump. I think that's something that this board needs to decide, cheap or customer service. I mean, those are a couple of things that or better customer service. And so I think that's why if we went department by department, we could kind of feed those things in.
Yeah, and that's why I think that this is a larger discussion than we can have in one meeting.
And I agree that going department by department is useful, and that would be a very useful tool for next administration, so they can, as they meet and evaluate each of the departments, because they're going to do that very, you know, as soon as they come in, they're going to have to kind of meet everybody, see what their strengths and weaknesses are, and if they had something like that, it would be very useful to begin to work with each department. So that's kind of a second track that this discussion can take. But again, my main focus was, where do you want the new administration to filter every request through? Because right now, as Keith already said, it's not uncommon that priorities change for community members, for board members, for department heads, as things change. And we have to be fluid, and we understand when fires happen, fires are priority, but we have at least 2-3 weeks a year with no fires, so what do we do during that time?
Yeah. So, well,
So we agree to
I think we should agree
talk
to
it.
talk it over with our people and come back. But do we want to set a date certain to bring this back?
Well, we have a date certain when Dr. Coons is going to be gone,
And I think we need to have this done before then.
and we can work that date backwards.
So,
Leaves us, if you want to do May, that leaves us, what, the 17th or the 3rd in May, one of those two.
I think we should do it, I think we can bring this back on the 19th of April if we have room on the agenda.
Or is that one also, yeah?
If everybody's fine with that, that gives us 2 weeks to talk to our constituents.
Yeah.
So, I think we should bring this back on the 19th of April to answer Richard's questions for the money part, and then we will all work with Jill, and we'll try to come up with another agenda item to discuss the bigger aspects also. And yeah, this will be fun.
Sorry about this.
No, that's fine. It's something that we should have started about 6 months ago, probably.
Well, I like the points that were brought up too, about how, you know, there is a strategic plan that we will be able to weigh into. There is a general plan that outlines a lot of these that the community has the ability to weigh into. So, you know, keep in mind avoiding redundancy in some of these processes.
It's government. It runs on redundancy. So, all right.
We have been tasked to get constituents plus in the top 5, top 10 things, come back.
But I think that Supervisor Brown's point is well made,
Yeah.
because we don't want to sidestep them, they're important and will help us.
Yeah, and the general plan is definitely something that's going to be probably one of the top 3 priorities, I would imagine. And like the strategic planning stuff that we're going through, I'm hopeful that that'll answer some of these other questions.
And it would be great if
So,
the additional board members, if you haven't been involved in Libby Crimmins' process yet, it's a great process, and will also feed in.
yeah, well,
Somehow don't think I've heard of it.
me neither.
Can
you send an email, Joe?
I brought it out.
Yeah, she,
I read the whole thing.
I didn't take that note. All right, well, I think we're done with that item. We've given direction to ourselves. So we will read the closed session items. Closed session item 4.1. Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1, Carlson et al. Versus Trinity County et al., Trinity County Superior Court Case 20 CV 136. Do you have any public comment on
Item 4.1.
Once again, John Brower. You know, I'm not privy to what happens in closed session, but I do follow some of these cases as they make their way through the court. This Carlson versus Trinity County case, it does seem that since the county is doing a county-wide fee study, except for cannabis, you guys might want to include cannabis. It's a huge question mark, you know, where's the money and how much should these fees be and such. I would encourage you to do a real fee study, especially now that we have some new talent as a director. You know, it doesn't have to be tomorrow, but you know, I'm sure he's keeping his eyes on how he needs to build his department out to actually function, and it's going to cost money. Anyway, I think pertinent to the Carlson versus Trinity County case is a fee study and an honest look at the money. That's it for me.
Thank you.
We know where I stand.
All right, with that, we will adjourn.
To close session.
To close session.
All right.